Good afternoon, everyone. If everyone could please take their seats, I'd like to welcome everybody to the weekly meeting of the Sacramento City Council. Can we please establish a quorum, Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Councilmember Ashby, Councilmember Warren, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember Hanson, Councilmember Carr, Vice Mayor Jennings, Councilmember Guerra, Councilmember Schneier, and Mayor Steinberg.
Here. Thank you very much. Welcome to everyone. We have a busy and rather lengthy agenda tonight. Let us begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I see Frank Louie in the audience here. I want to ask you if you would help us lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance if you're around. Frank? Are you there? Maybe not. I see Rob Fong back there. Former council member, why don't you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Please, come on up. Please. Yeah.
Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well done. Thank you, Mr. Fong, former council member. We appreciate it very, very much. All right, members, it is our tradition. I know there are a lot of people here in the audience for the Centene matter and for the various cannabis-related matters, but I think for all of you who are here maybe for the first time or don't come often, it's important that you see and witness the way democracy in action actually happens here. So we're going to begin with the public testimony for items not on the agenda. We have 18 people signed up. We're going to, again, live by the 2-minute rule. Oh, we do have one special presentation. That's right. Councilmember Warren, we did have a retirement, correct? I'm sorry. Thank you. Didn't mean to brush over that. So, Councilmember Warren, before we take the public testimony for items not on the agenda, why don't you briefly go forward with the presentation? Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's very kind of you.
Well,
you know, so I'm
my colleague.
I'm very happy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, tonight is a very special night. We have a city employee that has retired after 30 plus years, and so I would like to ask Miss Daphne Gautier to come up to the podium, please. Daphne. I said Daphne, I'm sorry, Daphne.
Okay.
And ladies and gentlemen, did I just say, I would tell you it's 30 plus years, but if you look at her, you would never know that she's even 30 years old. Doesn't she look beautiful tonight, you guys? Please, round of applause. I just wanted to, first of all, I'm very pleased and honored to be able to recognize you along with my colleagues on the council. You've given the city a good part of your life, you know, and you're going to be missed. I'm hopeful that you've backfilled. There's somebody that's coming up behind you that you've groomed to kind of take over. But it's very deserving. I mean, after 30 plus years working for the city of Sacramento, you've given parts of your life, but also you've helped to make the city a better place. And so with that, I would like to read the resolution that we're going to present to you, and then maybe you'd have a few words, and then after that, we can take a couple pictures, okay?
Okay.
All right, so let me read the resolution for you, and then we will have some comments and then some pictures. So, recognizing Daphne Gautier on her retirement. Ladies and gentlemen, whereas Daphne Gautier will retire after 33 years of City of Sacramento service on November 27th, 2017. 33 years, wow. Whereas Daphne started her city career on October 13th, 1984 with the police department as a dispatcher 1, and whereas Daphne became a leader in the police department by promoting diversity training and continuing education, And whereas Daphna's expertise in dispatcher training was sought after by other police agencies and post-police officer standards and training organizations, and whereas Daphna in 2000, Daphna was promoted to Organizational Development Specialist in the Human Resources Department and implemented the city's Diversity Inclusion Commitment Program. And whereas in 2006, Daphna transferred to the Finance Department Revenue Division to manage business permit programs. And whereas Daphna has provided exceptional leadership to the taxi industry navigating many difficult challenges, now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Sacramento that we do hereby recognize and thank Daphna for her many years of service, and we wish her much happiness in your retirement. So, ladies and gentlemen, Daphna, please.
Congratulations to you. Wow. Look at that. Family and friends? Wow. And colleagues. Well, we want to hear from you. And Councilmember Warren said it very well in the resolution, I think speaks it very well, but 33 years of dedication to public service in the city of Sacramento is a big, big deal. And it's a bigger deal than what one resolution or 5 or 10 minutes here at the dais can possibly represent and reflect. But thank you from a grateful city for dedicating so much of your life to the city that we all love.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Warren. It's an honor. I appreciate the resolution. It's always great to be recognized for the work that you do, and I couldn't do anything without the staff that I work for. They're a great staff. That's who you see that got up and applauded. And through the years from each department, that's the beauty of working for a big organization. You can transfer to different departments and grow as an employee, and I felt like I have really grown here. I leave with leaving some wonderful people behind, but also learning some great friendships that I have here. So this has been an honor, and it's bittersweet, but I did start with the city when I was 2. So that's why.
I was going to say.
I can tell.
Yeah.
I can tell.
Say.
Yeah.
Child
So-
labor.
So yeah. So but thank you again. Appreciate it.
We have a couple members that want to recognize. Is there any member of your family or special guest or friend that you want to introduce?
I don't know. We're kind of putting them on the spot. I don't know if anybody.
Why don't you have your family stand up? Family
So my
and
family
friends.
members here, because all my children are working right now.
Sure.
And then my whole staff.
Staff,
You can
stand too, please.
All staff.
Wow. That's
Fantastic.
And then my peers are over here.
Yeah, I think that's the real tribute, because when you're leaving, they don't have to show up.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And they also
chose
reminded
to.
me they're not getting paid for it. So yeah. That's great. Thank you.
Okay, let's hear from a couple of
Hold on,
members here.
Daphne.
Councilmember Ashby.
Actually, could her staff stand up one more time? Because I want to just point something out. Daphna is a leader in the city on a lot of levels. She's got a big legacy. We don't need to go over all that, taxis, all the whole thing. But look at her staff. When I came on a couple years ago to try to help with diversity and equity, there were already some natural leaders in that category in the city of Sacramento. And Daphna clearly stands at the top of that pyramid for helping other women and minority folks succeed in the city of Sacramento. And you don't have to look much farther than the very successful team that she has assembled. You all are her legacy. So go on and keep moving up and become, managers and city managers and replace all of us and help lead the city, because we need you. And Daphna, thanks for the extra time and energy and effort you poured into people like this to help keep the city moving in the right direction. I appreciate it very much, and I think you made a tremendous difference in the lives of a whole lot of people.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Schneer.
Thank you, Mayor. So Daphna, you've been in front of our committee a number of times. I don't think there's anything more challenging than dealing with taxi cab regulation. And I just want to say, first, congratulations
Thank you.
and be well. And we very much appreciate every time you brought it, it was kind of cooked. So we didn't have a whole lot of things that we had to make hard decisions on because they were very difficult. And I just appreciate the way you kind of winded your way through all of that and did your very best to make everyone happy. And I think you're a great asset to the city, and you'll be missed. So
Thank you, I appreciate that.
have fun.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Daphne, I saw you earlier today, and I was like, how can she leave us? You have done such an amazing job in the Revenue Division and before, and it's no surprise that you started out as a dispatcher, because that's one of the hardest jobs in the city, and it has groomed and created many leaders. So thank you for your service, and I'm glad Councilmember Chenier mentioned the taxi cab regulations, because that was hard. You did it with such diplomacy and grace, and you helped the city accomplish its goals. And I think that's the epitome of what we've asked you to do. And I know that your staff works very hard every day. I see your boss here, former boss, Brad, and maybe he doesn't have to be here either, but it's a testament to the kind of leader you are, that the people who used to work for you and those who worked with you are all here in support of congratulating you. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Says it all, really. Let's take a picture. Why don't you come up here? We go down to greet you. Come on. Yeah, come on, you guys. Okay. How are you?
I don't know why they would think we would do anything else but to come up here and take a picture. Right.
Family and stay.
Go ahead, King. I don't look right today, so just go.
Do you want to get in? I can be the camera.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. No. Go ahead.
No, let me take that.
One, two, three.
You all have to stay on.
1, 2, 3, NASA. Thank you. I didn't want to guess. I'm terrible to begin with.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, as I was saying before the presentation, very happy start to the meeting here. Excuse me, if the folks in the hallway, if you could take the conversations outside, appreciate it. We're going to proceed with the agenda, as we always do, which is public testimony for items not on the agenda. Everyone is afforded 2 minutes. You know, there are a lot of speakers, and so we appreciate you being succinct. I know Vice Mayor Jennings last week in my absence, I know always does a great job according everybody a fair opportunity to speak, and you know, people sometimes go over, will allow you to finish your thought, but if you want to go over 2 minutes, we're going to cut off the microphone if you go beyond just a brief summation. So that's the rules, and we'll listen to everybody, okay? So let us begin, please.
So I have 36 speakers for items not on the agenda. The first one is Faye Wilson Kennedy, then Greg Galvanovich, and then Robert Copland.
My name is Faye Wilson.
One moment.
Sacramento Black Book Fair, and on behalf of the Sacramento Black Book Fair, we would like to thank the mayor and the city council members. We received $10,000 worth of funding for our 5th annual Black Book Fair, to be held June 1st and 2nd, 2018 in historic Oak Park. How exciting, and thank you very much on behalf of myself, Dr. Colvin, who's the founder. We're very excited. So if you come out, come and visit me at the Kids Zone that will be at the Brick House Art Gallery.
Will you make sure you please notify our offices so that we get the event on our calendars?
Yes, thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you very much. All right. Okay, sir, 2 minutes.
Gregory Glavinovich. My speech is about too many bad words in public and God's holy name. God's name in Hebrew, I am, I was, I always will be. And it also means I will become what I need to become in order to get done what I want to do. God's name, Yod-Heh Vav-Heh, is to be or to exist. And how do you exist? Your parents made love. So God's name in Hebrew means a sex act or to make babies. Most rabbis don't know this. It's a Kabbalistic secret. Every other symbol is feminine, every other symbol is masculine. The Yud is a flaccid phallic symbol, the Hey is a womb where the baby grows. So when people are using the F word, they are denigrating God's name because the F word means to make love. If you say to your wife, let's go, followed by the F word, that's fine and okay, because that's what it means. But the bad words in public, they should save it for the bar, the back 40, your bedroom, but not in public.
Greg, stop.
Hi, he's making free speech. Are you kidding?
Because if you use bad words in public, an 8-year-old kid might hear it. And the S word, when you say the S word, it accelerates the destruction of society, because the S word is a degradation product. Let's see. I blew my desire to say more. Did you have an objection?
So, Mayor, as it relates to the city and the business of the city, this conversation has nothing to do with the business of the city and the running of the city.
Steinberg said to somebody a little bit of decorum when he said a bad word in a speech once. I'm just following up on what Steinberg's referred to.
Okay.
You said no bad words in speeches, right?
No,
we hear bad words all day long in Sacramento.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Here's the deal. Look, you get 2 minutes to say whatever you want, whether it has any relevance to the city or not. But I'm telling you.
I'm tired of hearing bad words in Sacramento. You hear them all day long.
And you have the right to come up and speak, as long as you're not.
The rules change whenever you want.
Excuse me. Are we going to start out this way? I'm going to warn you one time, and then you're going to leave.
Did I do something wrong?
No, you did nothing wrong, sir. Okay, let's move to the next speaker. Do you want to finish? Your 20 seconds. You got 20 seconds. Okay.
Well, you guys have a handout, don't you?
Yeah, we'll read the handout. Okay. Yeah.
Eric Garrett described the physics speech.
My next speaker is Robert Copland, then Eric Frame, and then Michael Voy.
Well, I want to talk about Indigenous Peoples Day. We need that. Get rid of Columbus Day, because how did Columbus discover America when there was people here 10,000 years ago? So, are you listening, City Council? Well, now my real issue, housing. Why is our rent going high? If somebody has a $750 rent, let's say, and it goes up $150 to $900, that's $150 out of the economy. Now, people are going to go homeless because of that. A lot of times go homeless because of that rent going up. You've got to do something about housing in Sacramento, either rent control or build more affordable housing. I know a city council member personally in Richmond that supports more affordable housing in Richmond. Why can't we have somebody here in Sacramento? support more affordable, accessible housing in Sacramento. Is Richmond ahead of Sacramento? I think that should be a disgrace. Come on, we're the capital of that, one of the richest nations. If we were the nation, we'd be like the 5th largest in the economy. Why do we got so many homeless people? Because of lack of affordable housing. Get your ball together and let's get the job done or people are going to go homeless. In LA, 58,000 people are homeless. They are recorded, and they think that's an undercount. So how many really homeless people are in Sacramento? We don't know. I don't think the point in time count is accurate in Sacramento or any other city. Thank you.
Next speaker is Eric Frame, then Michael Voy.
Hello, sorry for my absence. Just want to reiterate that Sacramento has been deemed the hub of child trafficking according to the FBI, also called the second worst child trafficking city in the USA by KCRA 3. So I say let's get our cops off of trafficking the homeless unconstitutionally and get them on the child trafficking to solve that problem. The Honorable Mr. Robert Copland pointed out a few weeks ago that Sacramento has thousands of homeless students. Thousands of homeless students. So, kind of break down thousands of homeless students. You guys are still telling us there's only 3,000 homeless in the city. If there's 1,000 homeless students, they have parents, 2 of them at least. So, plus, of course, Sacramento Bee reported 85% increase over the last couple of years. 14,000 according to the folks signed up for food stamps. Please provide porta potties for the sake of public health. You guys run on public health. You run on public health. So for the sake of public health, let's get some porta potties for our massive homeless population. Open up the water fountains that were shut down recently. Open up the other public bathrooms. Provide an emergency safe ground for this winter for people to pitch a tent. Emergency safe ground. This saves lives. This saves your citizens' lives, so I don't understand why any of you would be against that. You've said there's a problem with vacant lots in the city. You know, there's also a problem with homelessness and people dying in the winter. So use the vacant lots. Just pick one. Pick 1 or 2 or 3 and allow people safe ground to tent so they can at least stay out of the elements this winter and survive. We came to find out that you guys are making a 200-bed shelter, but there's also being a 200-bed shelter closing down pretty soon, so
please wrap up. 10 seconds.
I'll go at your...
No, it's done. No new thought. That's it.
Yeah, please
Thank you.
just use our tax dollars for what we do.
My next speaker is Michael Voy. The next speaker is Michael Voy. Following Mr. Voy is someone who did not list a name, but it's in regards to Indigenous Peoples Day, and then Wanda.
We're not calling person anonymously.
Evening, Mayor. Welcome back. Council members. I don't really know how to start this, but once upon a time in a republic far away, there was a recognized need for sanitation, health and a sanitation department, water, sewer facilities. And this land far away was a couple thousand years ago in Rome. The Romans recognized the need for public baths, places for people could do their natural processes, and water. Now, I know that it's a contentious issue and a difficult decision for any number of reasons, but I think that it should be considered in a package for Measure U, because it's going to take some money. And the idea that, well, it'll attract the homeless, well, you're going to have homeless anyway. You can't accommodate all the homeless people that you have. It's going to take years to work your way through the homeless bubble, and more than likely, the ones you have will be replaced. There's very little question about that. It's unfortunate. So really, don't dodge the issue by saying that, well, when we take care of the homeless or it's going to attract homeless, you have that problem in any event. It's good that your job is easy when we have shared values. When the citizens have and share the values, you recognize that. That's why we have awards and the Boy Scouts and all that sort of thing, and everybody's happy. It's when we don't share values that you have your problems, and you need to work at that.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lorraine Frias. I'm representing the Indigenous Peoples Day Coalition. This excerpt is from the World Health Organization Closing the Gap in a Generation Commission on Social Determinants of Health. Indigenous people worldwide are in jeopardy of irrevocable loss of land, language, culture, and livelihood without their consent or control, a permanent loss differing from immigrant populations where language and culture continue to be preserved in a country of origin. Indigenous peoples are unique culturally, historically, ecologically, geographically, and politically by virtue of our ancestors' original and long-standing nationhood and our use and occupancy of our land. Colonization has deteriorized and has imposed social, political, and economic structures upon Indigenous people without our consultation, consent, or choice. Indigenous peoples' lives continue to be governed by specific and particular laws and regulations. As such, Indigenous peoples have distinct status and specific needs relative to others. Our unique status must therefore be considered separately from generalized or more universal social exclusion discussions. So I do not understand why we need support for this day, why we have to sit with the Italian community, another white European community, to get day that already is ours. We're asking for acknowledgement of that. We know that it was not your hands that created these atrocities, but you bear the fruit of the hands that did.
Next speaker is Wanda. The next speaker is Wanda, and then Filiong.
Thank you this afternoon for being here and having to endure all the lashings that you guys are getting. It's time for us to get this population of homelessness in control. I think not only do you focus on the north area, I think you need to focus on the other areas of Sacramento. The faster that we get this stuff together, the faster we get the problem that you guys see as a problem fixed. Also, I would like to make sure that we do need an Indigenous Day. It's part of my heritage. It's time for them to be recognized for what they are. They were here before any of us. And even though we've stolen land, we've stolen their limelight of the things, it's time for us to now give back. Again, we also need bathrooms set up outside. It's all about dignity, respect. It's about cleanliness. So I think that it would be best that we have some bathrooms that are usable. I come to Sacramento. I live 24 miles away. I know people have said to go home if you have to use the bathroom. Well, 24 miles away is a little bit far for me to have to go if I have to use the bathroom. And last week, I want to say this. None of us got thrown out, Mr. Darrell Steinberg, and you weren't here.
My next speaker is Filiong, then Adrian. Filiong. How about Adrian? Calling Adrian is Rebecca Sherrod. Rebecca Sherrod.
Next. Next.
Then after Rebecca is Mac Worthy. We have Filiong, Adrian.
Come on up. Whose ever name has been called, please come up.
I just keep hearing names called. Hello, my name is Rebecca. I'm a Sacramento resident. I'm also a taxpayer. I've never complained about taxes in my life. I just figure it was what was due. And yet, here we are again, and I'm here to stand with Black Lives Matter Sacramento to demand complete oversight of our police department, including its trainings. An association of police officers shouldn't be in charge of the facilitation of trainings ordered as a result of police violence on our community. Any actions the city makes that uses our tax dollars towards accountability and transparency should be strictly monitored by the community it serves. As a voting member of the Sacramento community, here are my demands. Sacramento Police Commission should be empowered to approve the process and to confirm the completion of each training. Training needs to be conducted on-site with the exception of field trips and facilitated by experts in the field of the training's curriculum. Training should conclude with a test of understanding. Trainings need to be overseen and monitored by community members that have experiences relevant to the training. And in relationship to this, every morning I open my 3 newspapers. One of them is the Washington Post. And at the very top it says, "Democracy dies in the darkness." And that's what we have. This needs to be illuminated.
Billy Young or Adrian?
Oh, hey. I'm Adrian. I'm with Black Lives Matter Sacramento. I'm also a Sacramento resident. I'm here today to stand with Black Lives Matter to demand complete oversight of our police department, including trainings. An association of police officers should not be in charge of the facilitation of trainings ordered as a result of police violence in our community. Any actions that the city makes that uses our tax dollars, we the people, toward accountability and transparency should be strictly monitored by the community it serves. As a voting member of the Sacramento community, here are my demands. Sacramento Police Commission should be empowered to approve the process and confirm the completion of each training. Trainings need to be conducted on site with the exception of field trips and facilitated by experts in the field of the training's curriculum. Trainings should conclude with a test of understanding, and these trainings need to be overseen and monitored by the community members that have experienced things relevant to that training. We need community oversight with people looking over, basically policing themselves at, that's ridiculous, that's crazy. At work, we can't, we answer to people. They need to answer to somebody, It needs to be us. Thank you, guys.
Have Billy Young?
Not sure if that's my name, but you might have mispronounced it.
Yeah, mine too. I might not have sound girl.
Nope.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start.
And your name?
David, would you sit down, please? And is your name been called?
Well, yeah, somebody said that somebody didn't sign it, and I thought it was me, so I stood up.
It's not. I have you in 2.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
State your name for the record, please.
My name is Fong, and I'm here to speak about several things. I do support the Indigenous Day. Whether or not you celebrate Columbus Day or not, I don't care. We need an Indigenous Day to recognize people that actually have been living here and belong here and had the grace to let the rest of us in. We do need bathrooms, winter shelters, so that we can protect our citizens. Hello, my name is Fong. I'm a Sacramento resident. I am here today to stand with Black Lives Matter Sacramento to demand complete oversight of our police department, including its training. An association of police officers shouldn't be in charge of the facilitation of trainings ordered as a result of police violence in our community. Any actions to the city makes that uses our tax dollars towards accountability and transparency. Okay, I missed something. Any action that the city makes that uses our tax dollars towards accountability and transparency should be strictly monitored by the community, like us. it serves. As a voting member of Sacramento community, here are my demands. Sacramento Police Commission should be empowered to approve the process and confirm the completion of each training. Training needs to be conducted on site, with the exception of field trips, and facilitated by experts in the field of training curriculum. Training should include with a test of understanding. Training should need to be overseen and monitored by the community members that have experiences relevant to training. Ultimately, spilled blood cannot be unspilled, so we cannot make amends until brutality ends.
Thank you. Your time is up. Appreciate it.
Our next speaker is Mac Worthy, then David Andre, and then Carlin Brannon.
Evening, Mr. Worthy.
How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Oh, here and there. I do more than just come down here and speak. I was at the Consumer Affairs with somebody today. I help people do things. I don't charge them anything. I use my expertise to help people. And now I want to use my expertise in what's going on with the cannabis. Pull it off track and sit down and do it. Yeah.
Cannabis is on the agenda 5 times tonight, so why don't you wait on your testimony?
No. We had to
Excuse me. So it's agendized. He has the opportunity to speak then.
Yeah, but what we're saying, you don't have the opportunity to do it in 2 minutes. Answer the question. What is retail and hotel in the cannabis? That's all you got to do. Now, you put up something on the bulletin, 12 policemen in Blase 11 administration, the last time I was here. Now, did you tell the guy over on S Street that got the cannabis? Or whoever else got cannabis? Did you tell them that same thing? This is what I'm saying. This is rigged. Why would the young black people write their own obituary in a free enterprise? When you get ready to borrow money against your business, what will be your assets? These are the things what we're talking about, people. All the other stuff is garbage. So tell them what that. And you said the homeless smoke, just marijuana can be only smoked at home. Where's our homeless if you're going to smoke that drug? People, you got too many things that the police jumping at the folks about. The homeless people don't have no home, but yet still they smoke the weed. So wake up, people, and bring some things in here and give them the name of the assets and how will you lease your cannabis place and set your cultivation warehouse up when you ain't got no money to even fill the application out. Bring that to the floor, people. Wake up. I told you $2.5 million last time, and you didn't follow through on it. Your money, you gave it to the king, so give it to these people here.
Thank you. We're getting to the equity piece a little bit later tonight.
Next speaker is David Andre, and then Carly Brannon.
Good evening, members of council. I'm here today dressed like Santa Claus because despite having no money and no budget, regular volunteers are able to feed and clothe people in this city. Yet, our city government with millions of dollars doesn't seem to be able to do what we want. We asked for a tent city before the rains came, and there's no tent city. Where are these people who are now wet going to go? Where are the older ladies who can't take care of themselves as good as they can? Where are the women and children supposed to go? I realize our streets are paved in blood. I realize there's some pushback for you giving into our demands to have Indigenous Peoples Day, so those of us who aren't Indigenous can sleep a little bit better at night. But I can't sleep better at night as long as you keep on using the same old practices, the same old ways. We asked for a few tents just to shelter people for the rainy season. We don't have it. Right now, sewage sludge from these alleys where people are forced to squat in the capital city of the world's 8th largest economy. They're forced to squat in alleys and behind dumpsters. That sewage all goes down through our storm system into the bay and we read about these E. coli counts. We read about all these communicable diseases that are happening and all the billions of dollars the federal government wants to throw into vaccines and antibiotics. Well, I don't have a medical degree, but I can sure bet this is not healthy. This toilet problem, you guys are going to have to do something with. Please, it's a public health matter. Thank you. Oh, and one other thing, though. I do stand with Black Lives Matter. Where is the $650,000 for police training, and why are the police supervising themselves? Shouldn't that be like when we have the military doesn't supervise itself? We have a civilian-controlled military. We need a civilian-controlled police department, too. Thank you.
Speaker is Carly Brannon and then Fago.
Hi again. You know me, my name's Carly. I am a Sacramento resident. I live in Alan Warren's district. I am here today to stand with Black Lives Matter Sacramento to demand complete oversight of our police department, including its trainings. An association of police officers should not be in charge of the facilitation of trainings ordered as a result of police violence on our community. Any actions the city makes that uses our tax dollars toward accountability and transparency should be strictly monitored by the community it serves. As a voting member of Sacramento County, here are my demands. Sacramento Police Commission should be empowered to approve the process and confirm the completion of each training. Training needs to be conducted on-site with the exception of field trips and facilitated by experts in the field of the training's curriculum. Training should conclude with a test of understanding. Trainings need to be overseen and monitored by community members that have experiences relevant to the training. Where is this accountability and transparency that you keep promising us? We're having this conversation again because you still haven't given us what we, the people who have voted every single one of you into office, have been asking for years. We will continue our demands until you deliver. We have not forgotten. We will not allow you to forget. And in the spirit of not forgetting, I would like to lift some names. Adrian Ludd, Dejan Flano, Joseph Mann, Lorenzo Cruz, Desmond Phillips, Michael McIntyre, Ryan Ellis. This list does not include all of those who have been brutalized, but at least those who have been murdered by SAC PD, SAC Sheriff, and CHP in Sacramento. Black Lives Matter.
My next speaker is Fago and then Christine Fenstra.
Hello again, Council. I put on my speaker slip that I'm going to be speaking about decorum. And the reason I'm going to speak about decorum today is because, once again, you have people having to call you on some of the non-decorum-based things that you've done to our public. Your police commission, I stand with Black Lives Matter on that, with the oversight of these trainings that are supposed to help deal with people with mental health conditions. It's preposterous to find out that the decorum is letting the same people that are killing people regulate themselves on how not to kill people. That doesn't make sense. You have people coming in every day offering solutions, valid solutions, to end homelessness or to improve the situation around the homeless, yet you decide to pass ordinances to further criminalize the homeless rather than actually help them. You have people coming in asking for their heritage to be respected by this city council, to have none of you paying attention or listening, looking down on your phones once again, like always, having side conversations in the middle of their discussions, you know, all these things. And then you want to tell us that we need to have good decorum, that we need to be the ones having good decorum, when your policies are literally killing us. To me, it sounds like when you use the word decorum, you're really just using a freaking code word for white supremacy, for your own white supremacy. Because you only want to listen to the rich white folk that come in 90% of the time, the developers, the people with the money. But when the public gets up here and actually talks about the things that are going wrong inside this city that is impacting their lives every single day, you would rather complain about the fact that they are upset that their people are dying in the streets. You would not want to have to deal with that yourself. Why would you expect somebody else not to be able to act out in a respectful fashion because something is happening in their life and you're doing nothing to fix it?
speaker is Christine Fenstra, and then Tanya Faison.
Good evening. My name is Christine Feenstra, and I'm a resident of the city of Sacramento, and up until June of this year, I served as training manager for the California Peace Officers Association. I am here to respectfully request that you, as the City Council and Chief Hahn, review the CIT courses that half of Sac PD participated in via CPOA. In January 2017, I attended a CPOA Board of Directors meeting wherein I was told off the record by the Sacramento Police Captain, Mark Coopwood, who is the incoming president of CPOA, that a huge amount of funding was available. Captain Coopwood told his colleagues at Sac PD that we had a class and that we should use CPOA for this training. CPOA did not have a 40-hour class. I was then told to expeditiously create a 40-hour class, which I did. To do so, I worked with a consultant named Carol McKinley Alvarez. We were told to create this class based off the Memphis model, but in order to receive the funding, the class had to be ready within 2 months. It was not possible to integrate all the required components of the Memphis model, yet the classes went on starting in April. As you know, a key component of the Memphis model is on-site visitation and exposure to several mental health facilities, intensive interaction with individuals with mental illness, and scenario-based de-escalation and skills training. I was told by Captain Greenlee that he did not wish to have his officers travel off-site to a mental health institution because they would never return to the classroom. This training requires 40 hours of participation. The CPOA classes were held from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Thursday with a 1-hour lunch, leaving these attendees 10 hours short of the required 40 hours. In addition, they received breaks. For the day 4 of the class, the instructor was not available, so I was told by CPOA leadership to facilitate the full day of training. I am not a mental health clinician, and I am not an instructor. I did so by showing these attendees a series of videos that the officers did not pay attention to. Mayor Steinberg, you stated that funding these courses was one of your most important steps we could take to improving the relationship between police and community. I could not agree more, and I was very excited to be part of this training. In the city that I love and live in, while it may be true that Sac PD completed these trainings, I urge you to review the curriculum. I urge you and Chief Hahn to review it.
I want to thank you for your testimony, and I know there's more testimony on this subject, but I just want to say something. Though this is not on the agenda, I just want to reflect on one or two things because I think it could be constructive here. First of all, when we put forward as a city council the $900,000 or so for this training, we asked the police department to implement it quickly, because one of the things that we felt was very important was the urgency of the situation and the fact that in our city officers did not receive 40 hours of training. And so they've taken that to heart. And so what some of the speakers, especially the last speaker, questions they've raised has the training worked? Has it been of excellent quality? Has it lived up to the fidelity, for example, of the Memphis model? I can tell you this on the money because there's some misunderstanding. We've trained 577 sworn officers, 8 dispatchers, and 5 park rangers, completed 40 hours. The reason we haven't spent all the money is because we didn't have to use the overtime dollars that were originally thought necessary. And so we were able to do this for 577 officers plus at a cost of $104,000 and only $2,000 in overtime. That's a good thing. But I want to say this. I think there's some good points here. I think there's nothing wrong with the police commission and ultimately the city council, because a report is due back to us and a report should be due to the police commission to evaluate the effectiveness of the training. That's completely, excuse me, that is, I'm going to finish, that is completely appropriate. And I want to ask Francine Turneau, and I want to ask our city manager to ensure that there's a public discussion when an evaluation is complete, both before the police commission and the city council. I think that's eminently reasonable. And then we can have the discussion about its elements and whether or not it was effective. Fair points, okay?
Next speaker is Tanya Faison, and then Trina Allen.
So my name is Tanya, and I'm the founder of the Sacramento chapter of Black Lives Matter. I'm also a registered voter in the city of Sacramento, District 5. In January of 2017, Mayor Steinberg demanded that all Sacramento police officers get crisis intervention training in response to the police murder of Dejan Fleno and Joseph Mann. Our dollars paid for this training, and no one ensured that CIT was carried out how it was supposed to be, per the mayor's public demand. There is a conflict of interest in an association of police that includes SAC PD officers on the board being the chosen facilitators of a training that was demanded because of SAC PD's inability to handle folks having a mental health crisis. As a result, the length of hours was shortened, the time that was supposed to be spent with officers visiting the mental health facility was eliminated. The course only came to exist so that the association could get the funding. The funding amount was higher than what was needed per the price of the course and the number of officers that were supposed to attend, as well as the fact that the hours were shortened and important parts were eliminated. I am extremely disturbed that there was nothing in place monitoring how our money was spent. I'm disturbed that there was no one outside of the police ensuring that these officers get the training needed to prevent another killing in our streets of our people. I'm extremely disturbed that the city keeps allowing the police to police themselves while continuing to request for more of our money. I'm disturbed that this training was only a tiny fraction of a step toward any kind of accountability, and we still couldn't do this one right. SAC PD threw a pregnant woman, Zatira Abraham, on her belly in the dirt before announcing that they went into the wrong house in July of 2017. SAC PD was on video beating a man, Nandi Kane, for jaywalking when he wasn't even jaywalking in April of 2017, and Officer Figueroa was just let loose in our streets again in November of 2017. SAC PD yelled obscenities toward Joseph Mann before shooting him 18 times in July of 2016. SAC PD triggered a mental health crisis in Dejan Fleno, then sent him off to be hunted down, and then killed him in April of 2016. Then exactly a year later, the officers were awarded for killing him. SAC PD allows its officers to have pages on Facebook like SPD Underground where they engage in racist conversations about the communities that they police. I'm wrapping it up. Crisis intervention training is the most bare minimal effort that could be made, and we still can't get that right. So all the demands that have been listed, I also encourage you to do those demands.
Evaluate it. Let's evaluate it.
Next speaker is Trina Allen, then Donnell Prince, then Deborah Murray.
Good evening. It really doesn't matter who sits on the Sacramento City Council, the policy stays anti-Black. It really doesn't matter who testifies to the Sacramento City Council, the policy stays anti-Black. It really doesn't matter who educates the Sacramento City Council, the policies stay anti-Black. But it doesn't matter who shuts your chambers down, who exposes your hypocrisy, who demands something entirely new. We are not asking for equity from an institution built within a framework of white supremacy and racial terrorism. We are decolonizing our institutions, and if along the way that means airing the dirty laundry of our supposed progressive local government, then by all means, let wash day be upon us. I am here today to stand with Black Lives Matter Sacramento to demand complete oversight of our police department, including its trainings. An association of police officers shouldn't be in charge of the facilitation of trainings ordered as a result of police violence in our community. Any actions the city makes that use our tax dollars toward accountability and transparency should be strictly monitored by the community it serves. As a voting member of the Sacramento community, here are my demands. We've talked about them. Sacramento Police Commission should be empowered to approve the process to confirm the completion of each training, that and much, much, much more. Training needs to be conducted on-site with the exception of field trips and facilitated by the experts in field of training's curriculum, not by just who you choose. Training needs to be overseen and monitored by the community members that have experiences relevant to the training. There need to be people who have experienced what the officers are learning about. This diocese and your police department need a good washing. We deserve community-led bodies that are accountable to the people, not a whitewashed smokescreens that hide racial terror. I'd also like to comment on the return of Officer Figueroa to SAC PD. It's unconscionable. It's unconscionable. If your litmus test for whether an officer will reoffend or be dangerous to the public in any way is based on the melanin level of his victim, you have a deep and violent problem.
Yes. Next speaker is Donnell Prince, and then Deborah Murray.
My name is
Donnell.
My name is Danielle Prince. Tonight I want to highlight two issues that are urgent to address in order to redirect Sacramento towards being a safe, just, and truly equitable community. The first issue is to take immediate action and move forward with your promise to implement advanced peace for the 4 years it's intended to operate. People are dying, and advanced peace will save lives in Sacramento. We need you to honor your commitment made here in August. And I'm standing here with Ryan and Alika, who are also both from Sacramento Act, and Sacramento Act, so many members of Sacramento Act worked so hard to bring Advanced Peace here, and we're really concerned that it's not being implemented as promised. I am also here today as a member of Black Lives Matter Sacramento to demand complete oversight of our police department, including its trainings. An association of police officers shouldn't be in charge of the facilitation of trainings ordered as a result of police violence in our community. Any actions the city makes that uses our tax dollars towards accountability and transparency should be strictly monitored by the community it serves, and models for this exist around the country. There's no reason we shouldn't be doing it. As a voting member of the Sacramento community, here are my demands. Sacramento Police Commission should be empowered to approve the process and confirm the completion of each training. Training needs to be conducted on site with the exception of field trips and facilitated by experts in the field of the training's curriculum. Training should conclude with the test of understanding. Trainings need to be overseen and monitored by community members that have experiences relevant to the training. If you guys want to say anything for the last 20 seconds.
My name is Elika Bernard, and we were here a couple months ago to express our support of Advanced Peace. I don't know what's happening behind doors with the problem with the contract.
Did you sign up to speak?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And,
She's going to find it.
excuse me. Wanda, one more time, and I'm going to ask you to leave. That's the third time you've shouted out. One more time, I'm going to ask you to leave. So it's your choice.
I only got one time.
You're out. Ms. Fong, please escort her out.
One time.
You're out.
I get out.
You're out. Goodbye. Thank you.
I'm gonna stay
You can
here
come back
because
next week.
I demand fair
No,
treatment.
no, you don't shut out in the middle of a public hearing. You have to leave.
Wanda can.
You have to leave.
Wanda can.
I'm giving Wanda one more choice, but you're exacerbating it. So, go ahead, Ms. Fong, you're out. Please. Yes, you are. Please continue. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt your testimony. Please, it's out.
Wrong states, wrong states, wrong states, wrong states, wrong states, wrong states.
Okay, it's not gonna get you anywhere. I've asked her to leave. She's gonna leave. Please continue. Let the speaker, Black Lives Matter, representatives of the community, have their say. Please. Wanda, you're out too. Goodbye. Both of you are out. Goodbye.
I want to make you out.
You're both out.
You
Goodbye.
needs to leave.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Both out. Okay, let's go. Please, I'm very sorry for the interruption. Please.
He's not sorry. He's never been sorry.
You know what, ma'am? I'm a member of Black Lives Matter and SAC Act, and when you were speaking, I was sitting quietly, so you need to show me that same respect if we're in solidarity with each other. Thank you.
Both out. Hold on, we're gonna let you start over.
Thank you.
Okay? We're gonna. Okay, can you just identify yourself for the record again?
My name is
Let's
Elika.
wait a second until she leaves, okay? Yes, we're starting over. Here we go.
Hello,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. How are you doing? My name is Elika Bernard. I'm with Sacramento Area Congregations Together, and also I'm the Vice President of Black Women United. We held the first Black Women's March here, and I'm here in support of Advanced Peace. This is my son, Eldra. He's 4 years old. We live in the Natomas area, and we showed our support for it. We showed that the community wanted it. We had many people on the city council to show that they were in support of it as well. We know that there's been some issues with the contract, but we also know that hopefully those things are being resolved. Because I live in Natomas, I see a lower crime. I see lower things with the police happen in shootings, but I know that if bodies were dropping dead in Natomas the way that they're dropping dead in South Sac, Jeff Harris would not have it. That there would be immediate, that contract would have been signed. That if that had been in Angelique Ashby's area, that contract would have been signed. And you know, as a mother, it's really disappointing to me because there's only so much I can do. And as far as the police commission is concerned, To the people in the room, we have already brought those concerns to them. They've not showed interest in passing a police commission. They passed a police commission that didn't have any power. You weren't mayor then, so I'm not going to rip your wig off today. That was not on you. It was Larry Carr and Angelique Ashby who brought forth a police commission. We asked for very specific demands. They had the opportunity to do the thing right. They don't respond to us coming to city council. They don't respond to us protesting. The only thing that our city council responds to is our votes. The only thing that they respond to is money. We know that Angelique Ashby is heavily funded.
Let's not make this, no, you can't do that. We can't make this personal.
We want a police commission. They've made it clear that we have to take it to the ballot, and if that's what we have to do, then that's what we have to do.
Okay.
But as a community member who sees a lot of the families that are impacted by gun violence, a lot of them being people of color, Advance Peace is something that we fully support.
I can promise you this contract is going to be signed, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Promise you that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Deborah Murray. Following Deborah Murray is Jared Brannon.
Councilmember Carr?
She was one of the members that went to Berkeley with us to look at the Berkeley Police Commission.
Yeah.
And they were formed under a different type of charter than our city charter. And when we formulated the police commission, we gave them all of the authority that you could have under state law and our city charter. And she knows that.
Excuse me. It's okay. Let's not. Okay. I think.
And she know when we passed that if they wanted redress to that issue, they either had to go to the ballot or get the state to change the state law.
Okay.
So I take exception to your comments.
Members have the right to state on the record, and that's thank you for doing so. Ma'am, please.
Hey. My name is Deborah Murray, and I'm a Sacramento resident. I'm here today to stand with Black Lives Matter Sacramento to demand complete oversight of our police department, including its trainings. An association of police officers shouldn't be in charge of the facilitation of trainings ordered as a result of police violence in our community. Any actions the city makes that uses our tax dollars toward accountability and transparency should be strictly monitored by the community it serves. As a voting member of the Sacramento community, here are my demands. Sacramento Police Commission should be empowered to approve the process and confirm the completion of each training. Training needs to be conducted on-site. I was just going to wait a second while y'all get done with what you're doing.
No, you have 2 minutes, and we're listening, okay?
Okay, no, they're all looking at their computers and their phones and stuff, looking around. I think you don't want us to do that when you're speaking, so I don't think it's appropriate for them to do that. Okay, training needs to be conducted on-site with the exception of field trips and facilitated by experts in the field of the training's curriculum. Trainings should conclude with a test of understanding. Trainings need to be overseen and monitored by community members that have experiences relevant to the training. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jared Brannon, then Tim Boyd, and then Christopher Logston.
Greetings. My name is Jared Brannon. I'm with the Sacramento Cannabis Manufacturing Association. I'd like to talk about a matter that's not exactly on the menu that I'm not sure has been exactly addressed yet, and that is the possibility of over-concentrating the concentrates, the manufacturers, various as they may be.
And marijuana?
Yes, marijuana.
We're getting to that item as part of the agenda here. This is not
something that's actually on that agenda. I'm going to speak to matters on that agenda also, but this is just a concern, a public health concern of over-concentration in letting companies just put out something with 99% cannabinoids in an entire gram. That could cause a number of possible problems, along with just undermining of overinflating or deflating the actual cost in the market value of the different companies. And it could also be a health concern of just creating an over-tolerance. Just like with opioids, human bodies are adapted to be able to absorb so many cannabinoids. And if you overdo that threshold, then it could do harm. I'd also implore you to go ahead and try and work with medical companies to maybe look into these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
The next speaker is Tim Boyd, then Christopher Logston.
Good evening, City Council Mayor. I would like to, if you guys could exercise some decorum, because I've been sitting here for an hour, and all I keep hearing is people saying, please, 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 and I'm looking at all of you, and you guys are side-chatting like silly school kids. Please don't do that.
No, please.
I'm going to
Just
move on. I know
us-
you can't,
tell
I know
us
you
what
can't
you
take
wanna
it, Mayor.
talk about.
Well, this is
We
what I
don't
want
need
to talk,
be lectured
decorum
by
is
you
what I'd
about
like to talk
how
about.
behave. No, tell us what
Good
you tell us
behavior is
you
what I
wanna
like
say.
to talk about.
Go
It's
ahead.
coming, it's coming, you know it's coming.
Good.
Every day, I work downtown for the federal government. I've been downtown here for 31 years. Every day, they call this the Cap City. I call it the Crap City because I'm stepping on crap every morning because you don't have any public bathrooms yet that you've been promising us. It's not rocket science, Mayor Steinberg. You ready for it? Come on now. Bring it. You've been tossing people out of here like cookies all night long. It's disgusting behavior. It doesn't look good on TV. A lot of people are watching you, and I get a lot of feedback about this stuff. So, I mean, what are you talking about? You said this is a democracy when you told the people that were in here for the first time it's more like a hypocrisy than democracy the way you're behaving tonight. We can do better than this. Please. Thank you.
Next speaker is Christopher Logston, and then Mia Dawson.
I want to tell you about my brother. His name is Dylan Kyle Williams. Dylan is 21. Like me, he's from New York. He's been in and out of jail about 12 times now. When he was 14, someone sprinkled angel dust in a marijuana cigarette. Dylan is mentally ill this day. We found out that he is bipolar a couple months ago. And I've been fighting with my mother and his probation officer to bring him to Sacramento so he could live with me. I am terrified that Dylan is going to walk into one of the untrained officers in mental health. I am terrified. I'm not a member of Black Lives Matter Sacramento, but I support the demands. Dejan Flano, Joseph Mann, right? If my brother, Dylan, is counted among those names, deceased, and it's because of a lack of governance and oversight of the police department,
Please wrap it up.
you will be held accountable.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mia Dawson, and then Rebecca Person.
Hello. I'm with Black Lives Matter Sacramento, and I'm also a Sacramento resident. And this issue that we're talking about today is personal for me too, because I also have family that struggles with mental health. And in this country, being black and mentally ill puts a target on your back. I'm here to demand complete oversight of our police department, including its trainings. An association of police officers should not be in charge of the facilitation of trainings ordered as a result of police violence in our community. Any actions that the city takes that use our tax dollars towards accountability and transparency should be strictly monitored by the community it serves. As a voting member of the Sacramento community, here are my demands. Sacramento Police Commission should be empowered to approve the process and confirm the completion of each training. Training needs to be conducted on-site with the exception of field trips and facilitated by experts in the field of the training's curriculum. Training should conclude with a test of understanding. Trainings need to be overseen and monitored by community members that have experiences relevant to the training. I'm going to take the rest of my time to lift up some of the names of people who have lost their lives to law enforcement in Sacramento. And I want you guys to ask yourself what would happen if you said these names every day, if you could open your eyes and your hearts to the blood on the city's hands. Adrian Led, Dejan Flano, Joseph Mann, Lorenzo Cruz, Desmond Phillips, Michael McIntyre, Ryan Ellis. Thank you.
Rebecca Person, and then Yusuf Ali Muhammad.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Person. I came to speak in support of Advanced Peace. Every day since August, the shooting happened in Meadowview, I see Ernie Cadina's daughter, walk by my house. She walks her dog. Before he died, it used to be her and him walking together. And I was really happy, but when I saw in the SAC-B that there's issues, a holdup about the contract, I was just really bummed out because we really need that in our community. There was an incident last week at Meadowview Park. My two sons were playing basketball with these two young kids, and they beat them in a game, and then they wanted to play another game. So they played them again, and they beat them again. Well, the young kids started calling them names, and then they said they were going to go get their strap. So my boys came home and told me, the old school way, we need to talk to each other. Our neighbors need to talk, engage. So I went to the parents' house. They knew where one of the boys lived. I went there and I told one of the boys that basically you threatened to kill my kid when you involve a gun. I said, and I sat there crying, pouring tears on their porch about, I have two brothers that are lifers in prison. We need to do something to stop our black and brown babies from going to prison and living. We need a change of lifestyle. And I see Advanced Peace as being a hope for our babies. So please, we need that contract to pass. And I support Black Lives Matter too. We need community oversight.
Thank you very much.
You.
It will be signed.
Yusuf, and then Sierra Havenia.
My name is Yusuf Ali Muhammad. I just got released from the Sacramento jail, right down the street there. I'm a volunteer chaplain down there, a Muslim chaplain. I'm thankful that after 15 years, Muslims, chaplains, and Jewish rabbis are allowed to go into the Sacramento jail. I've been teaching for about 50-some years. I've taught a variety of people, including some members from the Kennedy family, some members of the mafiosa, pretty much A to Z. And I find the people that I've met at the Sacramento County Jail, at least a third of them are A-plus students. Okay, we as a community are failing. Yeah, I've been running a school also for about 50 years. And if a youngster is in school and the teacher calls him or her stupid or dumb or bad, and the neighborhood they're living in is full of dope, and the stuff that's on the television, it affects people. And unfortunately, in a negative way a lot of times. We have to do something about starting with each of us as individuals to change that. It's not right, okay? Cop Stop is a program I've been doing for about 15 years, teaching what to do and what not to do and stopping the police. I tried to bring this program into the juvenile hall. The head chaplain down there threw me out, told me I couldn't do that, I couldn't give those out. I'm trying to get it cleared right now for the Sacramento jail.
20 seconds left, sir.
I hope I can get that cleared very soon. It's about people, being able to stay alive. All lives matter. It's two kinds of people, good people and bad people. Thank you.
Sierra Havenia, and then Mia Sierra Williams. Is Sierra here? No Sierra. Mia Sierra Williams. Following the Williams is Keelan Howard Canela Cruz.
Okay. May I ask how to pronounce one of your guys' names?
I'm sorry, sure.
Mr. J, I cannot pronounce your last name. Janier? Okay.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Mia Williams, and I'm with Class C. Class C stands for Captivating Ladies Acquiring Successful Standards Yearly. And over the past 6 months, my group has been doing a campaign to advocate against tobacco laws.
Mr. Schneer, as you know, our district's residents don't exactly have the highest income, especially when compared to that of Rick Jane's district. The difference in both the tobacco litter and ads that we see in our lower income community compared to the higher income communities is appalling. A social injustice, to say the least. We already have so many odds placed against us, putting us at a disadvantage that we have no control over. Do you guys really think it's okay for tobacco companies to prey upon children, African Americans, and those of lower income communities? There are more stores in our communities, more ads, more products sold at a lower prices. These tobacco products are flavored with stuff like grape, Starburst, chicken, and waffles, in addition to thousands of other flavors. They want to attract my peers, some of your children, the residents of your communities, to start smoking. A majority of the kids that I see smoking are use these flavored products. Did you know that tobacco-related deaths remain the #1 killer than any other disease, accident, or homicide? A law that limits or prohibits the sale of menthol and tobacco products is a law for the health of our kids, your residents, the future of our nation.
You have 20 seconds left, okay?
My name is Sierra Williams of J. Schneer's district, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Very important message. Very important message. Councilmember Ashby.
Mayor, I'm happy to speak in between because I think these speakers are all from the same group, Soul, correct, with Twyla. And I know you're here to speak to us about the dangers of tobacco products, particularly as it relates to youth and to people of color and in communities of poverty. I want you to know that I met with Twyla some time ago and we agreed together on moving forward. I took the first step in that, which I saw you testify earlier today. I appreciate that very much. My goal here is to move forward with some stricter regulations on access to tobacco. I proposed a CUP process that would allow us to limit where tobacco can be sold in the future in the city of Sacramento. The process that is going through is that it went to the Law and Legislation Committee today where you testified. My colleagues did not pass it out of Law and Leg, but they did ask for it to come back and they suggested some modifications. Some of those modifications that they suggested, at least I heard from Councilmember Guerra, Harris, and Hansen, were based on some of your testimony and some of the core principles of SOUL. And so I want you to know that we are working on this issue. It is currently in progress, not just something way out in the future. It is currently being discussed at Law and Leg. I am not on the Law and Leg committee, but I immediately after that meeting asked for a follow-up with the staff that are working to develop this ordinance so that we can make sure that we hit from every angle possible. And it's different in each district how it presents itself and how we can best prevent it. So we are working, and your voices are being heard, and Twyla, thanks for bringing them forward.
Thank you. Councilman Warren, briefly? Or lengthily, whatever you want.
It'll be brief. I just wanted to say, ladies, thank you for doing what you're doing, Twyla, and bringing the young people together. This has been a problem in particularly urban and inner city communities for a long time. It is something that is on my radar. I know we're going to be getting together to really talk about a comprehensive strategy to deal with it in high impact areas because it is obviously being targeted at the most vulnerable people in our community, and I think it's time we take a stance against that. So thank you.
Okay, let's continue the public testimony. You have 2 minutes between you, so please, welcome.
Hi, my name is Kylea, and I am under Councilmember Angelique Ashby's district. I am a student and a sister. I do not want to see my brothers and our next generations become addicted to tobacco. Sorry, like my generation or the one before mine. When I walk to school, I see a lot of advertisements for flavored tobacco, and I bet you didn't know that people of color are targeted more, and so are younger kids. They target us because they think we are more gullible. I'm asking you to ban flavored tobacco and menthol because I don't want my brothers growing up thinking that this is okay, and my generation is already doing this. I want to to prevent this from happening to generations after mine. Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Canela Cruz. I am 16 years old and I am a member of Class C, and I live in District 3 under the council member Jeff Harris. For the past 6 months, Class C members have been educated on tobacco use and control, and it has been our duty to help our community by educating the youth and advocating on tobacco control. Tobacco companies market towards children by flavoring them and disguising them to look like candy. I am an aunt to 2 little nephews of the age 12 and a 6-year-old with ADHD. They have been carelessly exposed to adult smoking, especially with advertisement that targets young children. I fear for the outcome of their future. And I am standing here today because I don't want to see the next generation that lies before me to be consumed by the targeted advertisement of tobacco use. Please take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you both very much, all of you, for coming forward.
Next speaker is Stan C. Following Stan is Twyla Laster. Stan C. How about Twyla?
We're going to ask people to come up as you're being called, so we don't have to wait. We have a long agenda tonight. Please call 3 or 4 names.
So Twyla Laster and then Sierra X.
Good evening, council members. Again, my name is Twyla Laster. I'm the program manager for the SOUL project. SOUL is the acronym for Saving Our Legacy, African Americans for Smoke-Free Safe Places. As you can see, we have several youth here this evening that want to talk about menthol and flavored tobacco because we are very concerned about the problem of tobacco use, the targeting of tobacco industry marketing towards African Americans and persons living at or below poverty level, and the proximity of retail establishments that make it easier for kids to actually access these deadly products. As we were talking earlier with the Law and Legislation Committee, we mentioned that smoking is still a major cause of death and illnesses and a major risk factor of cardiovascular disease, which is one of the top 5 health conditions impacting African Americans in Sacramento, as well as the state of California. So tobacco use in the African American community is a racial and social justice issue because there are more stores in our communities than most communities that are more affluent, and we have more tobacco ads, and tobacco is also sold at a lower rate. So tobacco companies, as you know, market the little cigars, the blunt wrappers, and the vape liquid, as the young ladies were saying, in over 4,000 flavors, as well as concept flavors such as Winter Fresh and the chicken and waffles that was mentioned earlier. So according to reports by the CDC, our children, 2 out of 5 in middle school and high school, are actually targeted in using these products. So we're asking that ordinances be adopted throughout the state and the nation with comprehensive regulations such as prohibiting discounting, prohibiting the sale of menthol and flavored tobacco, and requiring minimum pack sizes. So SOUL is available to provide any additional technical assistance that you need.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We look forward to working with you, continuing to work with you.
So next is Sierra, then Kimberly Bankston Lee, and then Ron Elmsley.
It's the same group. I understand. Do you want to? Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
You come to testify. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Zavane Powell. I'm 17 years old. I'm with a group under Councilmember Angelique Ashby's district, and I'm with Class C. I'm very concerned about the use of tobacco in our community and the advertising to children in lower income communities. These tobacco companies are coming from my friends and family. And if we don't stop them now, generations under me are going to continue this toxic cycle. It's not a coincidence that tobacco retailers are much higher in lower income communities, and these products come in candy-like packages. 90% of smokers start by the age of 18, and tobacco companies know this. That's why they target teens by making the product seem so appealing. If we don't stop it now, the next generation will already be hooked. Our siblings, nieces, and even my children.
Hello, my name is Sierra Figueroa, and I live in District 8 under Councilmember Larry Carr. And with this program, we have been advocating for Tobacco control. I am a big sister to a 3-year-old, and I want the best future for me, my sister, and generations after me to not become addicted to tobacco. This is why I ask for your consideration on a ban for flavored and menthol-flavored tobacco products, and to save the youth from a disastrous fate due to tobacco use. Thank you for your time, and hope you will take this into real consideration.
Thank you both very, very much for coming to testify.
Kimberly is next, and then Ron Elmsley.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. We're happy that we're able to bring our youth group to speak to you tonight. This is their first time speaking to a City Council, so we think they did a great job. I'm here to kind of wrap things up. Kimberly Bankston lead the Soul Project, Saving Our Legacy African Americans for Smoke-Free Safe Places. In 2009, the Family Smoking and Tobacco Prevention Act gave federal administration the authority to ban the sale of flavored cigarettes. Although they acknowledged that menthol should be included in the ban, the FDA refused to include this additive flavoring and failed to take action to protect vulnerable communities and youth. And you've heard them talk a lot about menthol and flavored tobacco. And yes, we were at the meeting earlier today talking about conditional use permits, so we're very aware of that and look forward to continuing the work and expanding on that. 1 in 4 African Americans, young adults, and people with low income in Sacramento smoke, so that's 25%. Smoking is still the major cause of death, killing more people than alcohol, AIDS, car accidents, illegal drugs, murders, and suicide combined. In order for tobacco companies to replace the 3,000 smokers that die each day, they must target kids, people living with low income, African Americans, and other marginalized communities. Ordinances are being adopted throughout the state and nation with more strict regulations. We look forward to working with this council to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ron Elmsley, then Sonia, then Rashid Siege.
Over the last year, we, within a half a block of the community center, we had a gun battle, a shootout. No one was brought to justice. About 2 to 3 months ago, a person was riding his bicycle down the street within about a block of the community center, just minding his own business. He was shot and wounded. No one's been brought to justice. Let's see, this month, there was a person that was murdered within 2 blocks, maybe 3 of the community center, and no one has been brought to justice. The police do the last murder. They do know one thing. He wasn't a gang member. Now, how would they know that? I guess they have a crystal ball. We've had a lot of murders. Most of them are shooting in Oak Park. I think this year we've had, I believe, 6 or 7. Maybe Jay could correct me. As far as I know, none of them have been brought to justice. So there's something wrong with the system where all of these people are dying and no one is ever brought to justice. Thank you.
Sonia? Is Sonia here?
Sonia's next.
Sonia's next. Not Rashid.
Rashid? Do you have Rashid? Why don't you go, Rashid?
ahead,
You're
Rashid.
up there, and then we'll go Sonia.
Okay.
That's okay.
Rashid Sadiq, and I represent LEAD, and I want to first say that I'm here in joint fight with Black Lives Matter, and I have to disagree with you, Mayor. This is personal. This is not about policy. This is about lives. And so I'm disappointed that, and I live in District 2 with Alan Warren, and we have a police officer put back on the force after clearly out of line beating a resident that's just coming home from work. And the sad thing is that I'm just glad he got a beating and he didn't die. So I think it's something that has to be done about the Police Bill of Rights. We're all God-fearing people, right? No matter what religion everybody goes to church. Rick, I know, come on. So it has to be about a moral thing. It can't be about, you guys have to join us in a fight for this change of the Police Bill of Rights, because they cannot get off the hook every time on this one policy. It has to be a change. It has to be changed. And City Manager, we're tired of meeting without you in the room. And you are the decision maker, and Chief Hahn reports to you, but you're not there at the table. So we need you at the table so we don't have to continue to come back and forth. And I commend you for giving Arturo the leeway to meet with us, but we need you in the building or at the table. And so we've been doing this is now 2 years before your legacy started here. But this has to stop, and we have to do something about this Police Bill of Rights, because it continues to come up and continues to be where they slip under the table. And so I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated because this guy is now back onto the force. He's out of the streets, and next time he may kill someone. And who's judging the training? And haste makes waste, Mayor. If you don't have a correct plan, don't put it out there. Come on, people's lives are at risk right here.
We hear you. I hear you.
If it was a Jewish kid, we would it would have we would not be talking like this. The whole city would have shut down.
That's it.
I know.
We're done.
See, now you're offended. I'm offended.
Okay.
And next speaker.
Both offended.
My next speaker is Sonia, and then our last speaker is Taekwon Jacob.
Okay, my name is Sonia Lewis, and I am a city resident as well. And I'm going to, in a roundabout way, get to the theme of why we need community accountability so that we can get to transparency. And I'm going to start off with the term of reparations. Black Lives Matter Sacramento is working on a platform that includes reparations, and that also includes changes in policy. I have to repeat that. Reparations includes changes in policy. So the cost of this nation must pay because it was built on slavery and racism. Historically speaking, slavery launched what is now known as modern-day capitalism and ultimately turned America into the wealthiest country in the world. Slavery did that. So on the backs of black people, we built this. And every day that you come and sit in this chamber, every day that someone comes up to this podium and is speaking and is told that they're not using decorum, but faces are down into phones, faces are down into newspapers, I look directly at people who I've seen guilty of this. So as I speak on what we are looking for when we're talking about accountability and transparency from this council, it includes making sure that over $600,000 of taxpayer dollars are used adequately to train individuals that are policing our communities. I'm the mother of 6 boys, 6 African-American boys. Any one of them on any given day wearing a hoodie on any given night could be Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice. But let's talk about the more local issues that we have here. Because I don't think you guys continue to remember because you don't continue to say their names. Adrian Ludd, Dejan Flanagan.
I need to start wrapping up, please.
I didn't see my time even start, but okay. Dejan Flanagan, Joseph Mann.
Please wrap it up. Thank you.
That's the importance here, is that our city officials, not only in the city, all of the city employees who deal with the public, because when we're dealing with the public, Mayor.
Time's up. Thank you.
With the public, it requires us to use decorum, and you need to take a lesson in that training too.
And our last
speaker. Last speaker on item is not on the agenda. Go ahead.
My name is Taekwon Jacob, and I'm a Sacramento resident. I'm also a taxpayer here. Been living here for 7 years. I'm here today with, like a lot of other people, I'm here with Black Lives Matter. And I would like to demand complete oversight of our police department, including their trainings. So an association of police officers shouldn't be in charge of the facilitation of trainings ordered as a result of police violence in our community. Any actions the city makes that uses our tax dollars towards accountability and transparency should be strictly monitored by the community it serves. As a voting member of the Sacramento community, here are my demands. Sacramento Police Commission should be empowered to approve the process and confirm the completion of each training. Training needs to be conducted on-site with the exception of field trips and facilitated by experts in the field of the training curriculum. Training should conclude with a test of understanding. Training needs to be overseen and monitored by community members that have experiences relevant to the training. Let's hold Sacramento Police Commission accountable and allow our community to be heard, please.
Thank you very much for testifying. And that's the public testimony. Appreciate it. I do want to go ahead. We're done. We're going to move on to the agenda. But I do want to reiterate one comment because people came out tonight on a variety of subjects, including this issue of the CIT training, which again, the City Council in my first weeks in office passed a $900,000 plus appropriation. I think properly so. Again, I've read you some of the statistics, over 500 officers trained, 40 hours of training, et cetera. I think some very good points were made tonight. And I think, you know, however one approaches this, it's indisputable that evaluating whether or not this training is effective, whether it could be improved, is absolutely correct. And I also think the Police Commission, which we've made a lot of, you know, we've talked a lot about, high profile, they ought to be guiding us here a little bit as well. And so let's evaluate the first year. Let's get that report to both the Police Commission and the City Council. And let's give the Commission the direction, if you will, to hold a public hearing and to be let's everyone be constructive here. It's a start. If it's not a perfect start, it's a start. What do we do to improve it so that we address the concerns we heard tonight and the concerns that I hear out there at the community and people here throughout the country? Mental health is the underattended to issue of our time. I've spent my life and my career fighting for a better mental health system. And everybody on the front lines, especially the men and women in law enforcement, we owe it to them to provide them the best quality training possible so that they know how to help somebody who's in distress. All right, so I support your call for an evaluation and for having the Police Commission and the City Council evaluate the first year of this project. Thank you. Let's move now to...
Mr. Mayor, I support your recommendation. I'm not sure the Police Commission is the right way to go with that. Each of us appointed a member of the commission based on their stature in the community,
right,
their moral standings, et cetera. I'm not sure that those individuals are the right ones to really evaluate police
Not
training.
to evaluate. We need an independent evaluation, but we want the Police Commission and the City Council to take that evaluation and provide opportunity for public input and to make some recommendations to us as to how we ought to improve this. We ought to be in this together.
An independent evaluation by a group that's qualified to evaluate.
Yes. The Police Commission doesn't do the evaluation, but there ought to be the public venue, in addition to the City Council, to discuss these issues. That's totally appropriate. So we'll talk to the chief about the process is for evaluation, then set public hearings, and let's make this better than the Memphis model. How about that? Okay, let's move now to, we're going to continue without objections here, items 17 and 18. These are the...
Councilmember
we have the
Warren.
consent calendar.
I have two speakers.
We have two speakers on the consent calendar. Councilmember Warren wants to continue item 6, which without objection will continue item 6. Any other requests for continuances or taking anything off the agenda? All right, if not, we have two speakers on the consent calendar. We will vote on the consent calendar, then move to the Centene item right away.
Thank you.
You can, of course. Let's hear the public testimony.
I have Jeremy Turner to speak on item 13 and Robert Copland to speak on item 15. Mr. Turner?
Mr. Mayor, Council, I'm actually a little concerned on item number 13. I wasn't aware really what was going on with that property. Last night, though, I was at a meeting that we wanted Volunteers of America for our homeless here in Sacramento. They didn't come. We want to speak to them directly on the issues that are before us right now. You have your community. We're here with you. Your business is here with you, your community, your residents. We all want to help the homelessness issues here in Sacramento. We need to be invited to the table, though, okay? I need you to please consider modularizing this project. You can start with 20 beds, and then call it Group A. Group B, maybe 40 beds. Group C, 60 beds. Please modularize this. Figure out a way to make it flexible so that in the future, when you look at other projects, including the Salvation Army and whatever's going on over there, that we can look at repeating this in Sacramento, in other places. Maybe in the nation, maybe we can be that candlelight. But it really takes the community. And I'm asking the council really, Mr. Mayor, to really consider your business partners, your residents in the communities that are going to be helping with this endeavor.
Okay, got it. We are. Now, Councilmember Warren had a major community meeting last night. I know he's had many community meetings. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next speaker is Robert Copland on item 15.
I'd like to know how this is going to benefit Sacramento. Is there going to be more affordable housing?
What
because
item are
this?
you talking about?
15.
Okay.
Transform the Climate Communities Program. It says promote equity, prevent displacement, support economic development. Is it going to create more jobs, more housing? I think the mayor should get on the ball what agendas are being discussed. Because when he has to ask the person speaking what they're talking about, he doesn't know, I have a clue what's going on. So
there are 18 items on the consent calendar. You might just tell me which one you want to testify on.
15!
Well, now I know. Well, thank you.
Sheesh.
Thank you. That's all I asked.
The city clerk just said what I was going to speak on.
Well, okay. Well, then you're right. I should have known. You know what? You're right. I'm sorry.
I mean, this council is really disgusting me right now, especially the mayor.
Well, really? Okay.
Is there going to be what happened? There's going to be a competitive grant with other cities, from what I believe. So how is this going to benefit Sacramento? And what areas? Because it said locations citywide. That's all 8 districts. So where's it going to be the size of the River District? This city council does not have a clue on what's going on in their own city. I mean, really. When I have to tell you what I'm discussing, something's wrong with this city council and this mayor. Mayor Steinberg, I'm officially calling for your recall. Because you've been tossing out people left and right. I'm out of here before I get tossed out. Bye.
Okay. That was the public testimony. Now let's hear from a couple of the council members on items on the consent calendar. Then we'll pass the consent calendar, I hope, and move to the next item, the Centene item. Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment on item 7. There was, and I don't know if there's anyone from staff here to talk about item 7, but I wanted to, first of all, congratulate staff. And this project is putting in a new bridge in District 2, which has been talked about for over 20 years, and finally we're going to have it done. And There was one question that I had. There was one of the business owners who I know we had an ongoing discussion with about an easement, and that was Vic from Bing's Market. And I just wanted to know if we were ever finally able to get to a successful conclusion with Vic, or do we have to take some other?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Warren. We met with Youngs, I would say at least a half a dozen times since about 2015. They're a great family. We got together with the project manager, Philip Voulier, and myself, along with several other folks, including Kristen Green, who is the Young's attorney. We spent time discussing all phases of the project, including everything from the actual grant deed, which was...
Stop you for a minute. How far apart are we still with them?
We've reached an agreement.
That's great. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you.
If I may, I understand that item number 6 is continued.
Yes.
That's also mine, so I thought I would just ask.
Why don't we come back and talk about that one another time? Yeah.
Okay.
So item
Okay,
6,
got it.
we've continued that one, but thank you very much for working out the
You bet.
situation
Anytime.
with the Young family. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Warren, is there a date certain that you'd like to continue item 6
I mean,
to?
we could come back next week, maybe. There's some discussion I want to have with either staff or the city manager.
Whatever you want. Why don't you work with the city clerk, and if you're ready by, say, Thursday,
Yeah,
we'll
we can do it next
agendize it.
week.
If not,
Then we'll
do
just-
it. We'll do it 2 weeks. In 2 weeks.
Very good. Thank you. That's easy.
Nothing but time. Okay.
So we'll see each other soon.
Okay. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly, I wanted to address the comments of Mr. Copland. It's a pity he left the room. Had he actually read the agenda item, he would have known that he was speaking about the Twin Rivers project, which is the biggest affordable housing project currently proposed for the city of Sacramento, that will bring 500-plus units of mixed income, but more importantly, integrated income units to the River District. It's going to be a very dynamic development, and this item is actually about empowering SHRA to apply for a $35 million Transforming Climate Communities grant. I wish them all success.
Thank you very much. Okay. So item 6 has been continued,
I
but
move
the other.
consent calendar.
I'm sorry, Councilman Carr.
I move the consent calendar.
Moved. Okay, moved and seconded with the exception of item 6, which has been continued. All in favor of the consent calendar, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. Those items pass. Okay, unanimously. Let's move out to item 16. And I want to begin. Mr. Dangberg, come on up here. I want to make a few opening comments because I want to just put this in a little bit of context. I know, John, you'll do the same. This is a big deal in our city, but it does not represent a final agreement between the city of Sacramento and Centene. It is a preliminary agreement where Centene has agreed to by signature, and if the council votes tonight, we will append the city manager's signature to an employee incentive agreement. Once that is done, Centene will then take that incentive agreement back to its board of directors, and we are all hopeful that Centene will make a decision to locate a Western Regional headquarters in the city of Sacramento, a Fortune 500 company, up to 5,000 jobs. John, I want to thank you for your months of diligent work on this issue. I want to thank Councilmember Ashby as well for partnering with me and with John Dangberg and John's team, Denise Malvetti, Michael Sparks, all the other members of our team as well. I want to thank the good people from GSAC for helping in many ways over the months. This is a real team effort. And I believe it is just the beginning of growing a high-wage private sector economy to supplement and complement our public service sector here in Sacramento. A lot of things we're talking about tonight, Vance Peace and a lot of these issues a lot of them, not all of them, they come down to it's poverty and opportunity. We're talking jobs here, real jobs, and this is a big deal. I turn it over to you, John. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm pleased to be recommending approval tonight of the most significant job recruitment and retention effort in Sacramento's recent history. This is an important moment for Sacramento, not only for the potential economic benefits of the proposal, but also because it marks a turning point in Sacramento's approach to economic development incentives. This turning point stems from the City Council's off-site retreat in June of this year, where you had considerable discussion about economic development. One of the primary takeaways from the retreat was a strategic focus on incentivizing job creation as opposed to incentivizing real estate development projects, which has been our mainstay of our economic development incentives over the years. That was not to say that development incentives will go away, but that directly incentivizing jobs should be a new tool to grow and diversify our economy. This new economic development paradigm was formalized in September with your adoption of the Job Growth and Employment Incentive Strategy. The item before you tonight is the first incentive that under the strategy, whereby you are not incentivizing a developer or any development, but rather incentivizing a major employer to create potentially thousands of jobs in the city of Sacramento. This new strategy dovetailed quite nicely with an opportunity where the city responded to a competitive request for information from a leading healthcare insurance company that was looking for a Western regional office presence in one of several Western states. That could potentially employ up to 5,000 people. The city later learned that the prospect was Centene Corporation. Centene provides access to affordable health care plans to more than 12 million members across the country. The company is currently ranked number 66 on the Fortune 500 list and number 27 on Fortune's fastest growing companies list. After an exhaustive search, Centene has shortlisted Sacramento. Their decision to potentially locate in Sacramento is contingent upon, in part, the approval of the employment incentive agreement before you tonight. That is very good news for Sacramento, not only because this is a major employment recruitment effort, it is also a critical retention effort for the region. This is because Centene recently acquired HealthNet, which employs about 3,000 people in our region currently. Retention of private sector jobs is a critical and important undertaking anywhere in any city, but especially important in Sacramento to achieve a better balance in public and private sector jobs. Thus, it is imperative that we as a region retain and expand private sector jobs. So, Madam Clerk, could I have the overhead for this? Thank you. The proposed incentive is structured around employment growth milestones. For every 1,000 full-time jobs Centene places in Sacramento, up to 300 full-time net new jobs can be incentivized. There are 5 tranches of incentives for a total of up to 1,500 incentivized net new jobs and 5,000 total jobs. It is important to note that the incentives are only provided for net new jobs to the region. Jobs that are relocated within the region are not eligible for an incentive. It would not be healthy or productive for us to incentivize just the moving of people around our region. The non-incentivized jobs may or may not be in-region relocations. However, it is certainly the goal that Centene's growth will support more than the net new jobs, more net new jobs than the number that is provided for in the incentive agreement. To be eligible for the incentive, specific salary requirements must be met. The average salary for the incentivized jobs must be 125% of the county average, or approximately $64,000, and the median salary for incentivized jobs must be at least 120% of the county average wage, or approximately $61,500. The incentive amount is $9,000 per net new full-time employee for up to the 1,500 net new employees, or $13.5 million over a 15-year agreement period. I am done with the overhead, Madam Clerk. To expand employment opportunities for all Sacramento residents, the proposed agreement contains provisions to incentivize the hiring of priority residents that are residents of the city of Sacramento. This includes veterans, former foster youth, convicted felons, and individuals that receive public assistance. We are currently working with SETA to potentially provide Centene with viable candidates that meet these priority employee criteria. Again, the term of the agreement is 15 years from the first year after Centene assigns an eligible full-time employee to work in Sacramento. Centene must retain the incentivized positions for 2 years and maintain the base employment levels, which grow over time over the term of the agreement. If the positions are not retained for 2 years, the city can offset or recapture the incentive. Centene is considering locating their employees in the North Natomas employment corridor. This will certainly help to achieve the jobs housing balance that was envisioned for the North Natomas Community Plan. That employment area or corridor has many, many benefits that were attractive to Centene as a location for their growth. The funding source for the incentives is the city's Innovation and Growth Fund, which was established specifically for economic development purposes. And while I would say these employment incentives are something that is very rare in California, your policy and this agreement, should you approve it tonight, will send a very strong and positive message to the business community nationwide. It will help to advance and diversify Sacramento's job base, boost our regional economy, certainly that of the city, and it will welcome a Fortune 100 company to the city of Sacramento. I too want to share my many thanks to Denise Malvetti in Economic Development and Michael Sparks in the City Attorney's Office for their creativity, tireless work, and many hours, including weekends and evenings, working on this project. And also to Councilmember Ashby and Mayor Steinberg for their great leadership and guidance as we went through the process. So I will be available for questions now or after you take public testimony.
We do have 7 witnesses. I think we should take the public testimony first, then we'll hear from members of the City Council.
Our first speaker is Francisco Medina, then Tracy Shaw, and then Christopher Logston.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Or good evening by now. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. As you heard, my name is Francisco Medina, and I'm the Public Policy Manager with Sacramento Metro Chamber of Commerce. I am pleased to be here on behalf of our member businesses, local government agencies, and civic organizations in California's 6-county capital region in support of the Economic Development Employment Incentive Package before you today. In October of this year, you approved the Job Growth and Employment Incentive Strategy, providing a framework to guide the city's approach to pursuing major employment opportunities. The package you are considering today is a critical step forward, consistent with that strategy to bring jobs and continued prosperity to the region. Adoption of the Centene proposal before you will not only assist with current recruitment activities, but also set a tone for future attraction efforts in the capital region. The diversification of our region's economy is a well-documented need for our future prosperity. Our region's over-reliance on the government sector is a weakness that shackles our economy in good times and in bad, and your decision today marks a visible step in your commitment to overcoming that imbalance. As you know, the benefits of attracting companies like the one we are discussing today spreads far beyond the direct jobs any single mayor employer brings to this town. The resulting growth brings with an increased need for housing, local community commerce centers, and growth in the service and hospitality industries. Thank you in advance for favorable consideration of the Centene Employment Incentive Package before you today and your continued commitment to attracting and developing employment opportunities in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chamber, for coming tonight.
Tracy Shaw, and then Christopher Logston, and then Cassandra Jennings.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of City Council. I'm Tracy Shaw, Executive Director for Power and Alliance, and I'm here tonight to support the city's proposed incentives for the location of the regional headquarters for Centene. It takes a great vision, lots of work, and tremendous support to attract these types of employers to our city. The city will reap exponential benefits from investing in this way. Congratulations to Councilmember Ashby, Mayor Steinberg. John, nice to see you back. and to the economic development team. And last but not least, I'd like to also congratulate Barry and his team. Business attraction in the state of California is not an easy task, I think, as we all know. And so thank you all for being proactive and innovative in attracting these kinds of companies. So, and Barry, where are you? Okay, next one goes to D6, okay?
Christopher Logston, and then Cassandra Jennings.
So I'm gonna try to make this as quick as possible because I know we got a lot of stuff to get to. I am by trade, I'm a research analyst. I do federal financial regulatory research, and in my spare time, I've been looking over some of the data profiles from the Black Child Legacy campaigns, neighborhood profiles, and I've been pulling some of that research out, particularly on employment, on unemployment for African Americans, and sharing it to my Facebook networks. And two of the most troubling numbers that I've seen were that unemployment for African Americans in, if I'm not mistaken, Meadowview is 37%. 37%. In Oak Park, it's 30%, if I'm not mistaken. As a county, the poverty rate for African Americans is 30% here. And so as we consider this agreement with Centene, I'm pleased to hear that there are provisions to prioritize groups who need to be prioritized in hiring. And I want to urge the council to beef up those provisions, to follow up with Centene to ensure that African Americans in these communities are hired priority. 37% unemployment rate is horrific. It's evidence of a social collapse, if you ask me.
Yep.
And so I would urge you all, and I'm willing to work with you all, and urge you all to make this a priority. Thank you.
John, can you highlight again the 10% set-aside issue, if you will, and the fact that we're going to give the subsidy specifically for the kinds of jobs that the speaker just addressed and the need that the speaker just addressed?
Yes. The incentive for the priority employees is focused on just those that I mentioned. It's for veterans, former foster youth, convicted felons, and individuals that receive public assistance. And the way the incentive works is that in those employees that are hired under those provisions don't have to be counted in the average and median salary. So entry-level jobs can be available to folks that have those special needs. And I have to imagine that the population that you're speaking to largely fits into some of those categories, particularly those who are part of a public assistance need if they're unemployed and chronically unemployed. So those folks would be eligible in that case.
Thank you. No, thank you for clarifying that. I have about 20 seconds, so I want to thank you for clarifying that. And I was a little concerned because I know the employment strategy lists salary as a requirement for the corporations to bring jobs here. And so I was a little concerned that there was a conflict between the prioritizing of these groups and those salaries because.
No. Just the opposite, because the 10% is an additional set-aside. It doesn't
So
have
they're
to meet,
excluded
doesn't have
from
to
that.
meet the average and the median.
Okay,
Correct.
Can I add something to that?
Yes.
You know, we have a advanced water meter installation project going on, and as part of that contract, people must be hired from those zip codes. We can't really do race, but we can do zip codes.
Right.
And from those zip codes that have been impoverished, and we're also looking at how we can do the same thing with our renovation of the community center, the Memorial Auditorium, and the Convention Center. So we're aware of the problem and we're working it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Jennings.
Next speaker is Cassandra Jennings, and then Dan Trescott.
Thank you, Mayor Steinberg and members of the council. My name is Cassandra Jennings with the Greater Sacramento Urban League. I want to applaud the efforts of you, Mayor, and Councilmember Ashby and John Dainberg and the Greater Sacramento Economic Council for this opportunity. I'm in total support of this. These jobs are great for our community and the people who live here. I do want to say that the Greater Sacramento Urban League wants to make sure that the new workforce reflects our diverse community, including people of color and people that live in our underserved communities, including your priority employees, which I read in your staff report as well, which we're anxious to serve since we are subcontractors of SETA. I also hope that this is a great opportunity to get some of those college graduates that went to Grant High School and Kennedy High School to come back here and stay in our great community. I do want to take just one moment, not to sell you, but inform you and maybe tell the audience about Centene, because we have had at the Urban League a long experience with them. Centene is a true partner with the National Urban League and a leader in the movement, and we are pleased to also be involved with them here in Sacramento. They have contributed significantly to our programs at the Urban League, including our GED program, our Job Center development, the Black Child Legacy, and other youth programs. In fact, just last month, we participated with Centene to bring 600 youth to the convention center from all across the county in our underserved communities to do an anti-bullying program with the NFL Hall of Famers. And it was really very interactive. And after that, due to their sponsorship, we walked to the Golden One Center to see a Kings game where they also received vouchers for dinner. It was a wonderful opportunity. It was amazing to see how many people, it was their first time at a Kings game and at the Golden One Center. If I could just share one other thing that I witnessed when I was at the National Urban League conference is that they were a part of the Ferguson, and they built a center, a call center, and they employed over 100 people from that Ferguson community that was devastated by the tragedy. And so that's Centene, and I think they're a great partner, and I hope they come here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Dan Trescott and then Barry Broom.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and City Council members. My name is Dan Trescott. I am the President of the Natomas Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a 27-year resident of the North Sacramento/Natomas area, and I'm also a 9-year Natomas small business owner. I know the area. I'm here tonight representing the Chamber to recognize and support this council's attention to the private business sector, specifically to support the efforts of bringing the Centene project to Sacramento, and more specifically, recognizing Natomas as a proper fit for this project. The logistics of the Natomas location are, in our opinion, suited for this project of this size and future expansion around the project. The area is centrally located between the airport and downtown. We have substantial infrastructure already in place, not only an entrance and egress from 2 different freeways, but affordable and growing housing, established amenities such as restaurants, family activities, and experiencing continued growth in the hotel accommodations and in office space, and previous experience in accommodating a large facility. Any business owner knows there's an investment necessary to make a business successful and continued investment to keep it successful. We thank you again for your efforts to invest in this, the private business climate of our city, and your efforts to bring a new economic engine to the Natomas community of Sacramento. The Natomas Chamber of Commerce is ready to assist in these efforts as possible and to look forward to being involved as needed in future plans. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
And thank you so much for your
9 seconds
leadership
left.
for a long time. Yes.
Our last speaker in this item is Barry Broom. Mr. Broom is representing Liliana Bernal, Helen Day, Larry Albaugh, and Scott Powell.
Very good. You still get 2 minutes. Still get 2 minutes. Go.
All right, thank you. Well, Mayor, congratulations. Councilman Ashby, John, we're glad you re-retired. City Manager. There's a lot of things that make this exciting, and the first thing is, we now have a policy in place that people can understand arm's length. There'll be other businesses that will come in. This will activate the redevelopment of Sleep Train. I think this will catalyze the rail yards. And, the company, if we're successful in this conclusion, which, there's still competition involved, it's a great company with a great reputation that'll really be embedded in our community. Continues to add to our reputation as a world leader in healthcare. So it's always a pleasure to work with the city of Sacramento, talented professional people. I'm a resident, so I thank you as a resident for all the great things you do for our community. And, John's leadership and Howard's leadership and the mayor and Angela, it's just fantastic. So we look for more success because of this. Success drives more success. And it's a great day for Sacramento, and I really appreciate your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barry. Thank you for all your help and your members' help over the many, many months. A team effort, that's what it takes. It takes everybody in order to have this sort of an opportunity, and really happy. Councilmember Ashby.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little excited about this one. It's a good deal for our region. It was a long road to get to this point, and just to be clear, there's still a long road ahead of us. So a lot of milestones, but several years in the making just to get to today. Probably my biggest contribution to this whole effort, although I done little things along the way, was forcing you to not retire on us and making you stay really with this project particularly in mind, and convincing Mr. Chan that I didn't think we could quite do it without you, and I think you proved that over the last 8 months or so. So John, just like you have done for us in the past so many times in your career, you really have brought the best out of our team and our partners. And this isn't about any really one individual. It's really not. It goes back a long way. There are actually decisions that were made. This mayor probably did just as much as he did as mayor for making this possible as he did in the legislature, because part of the reason Centene is interested in California has to do with decisions that the legislature made around expansion of Medi-Cal dollars. That's why they are so interested in California. And then they came, to Sacramento early on to be close to where those decisions were being made. And probably 6 years ago, I helped them locate a little 200-person call center that at least I know one person in the room works at. And those brought jobs too, but they grew and grew and grew, and now they have lots of jobs in our region, so much so that I think, as Barry very well described, we became viable to contend against other areas of the West Coast to really be in the position that we're in today. So I think key to this today has been the ability for everybody to kind of play a part. Very Sacramento, right? The Kings played a role, GSAC played a role, this mayor played a role, the last mayor played a role, this administration plays a big role. The developers and the community played a tremendous role. And the other piece is this council, exactly this one's decision in October to take just an absolute policy laser focus on employment, on jobs, on incentivizing jobs and how to bring high-wage jobs to the city of Sacramento. Sort of the final piece that we were then able to pull together to put ourselves in this position to compete nicely in the next round. So I would like, Mayor, if I can, to have the honor of moving the item and asking my colleagues for their support, and just issuing my thanks, gratitude to everyone on the team. And obviously it's been my pleasure and a privilege to get to be a part of this effort for a long time. And I look forward to the next few stages. And John, I hope you didn't think you were leaving anytime soon. We're gonna have to, keep working on this to get it across the finish line.
Thank you. Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd be pleased to second the motion. This is really exciting. It's such a unique way to incentivize job creation in the region, and my hat's off to you, John. I know that you materially participated in that creative piece. And to everybody in the manager's office, on the city staff, economic development, it's really a great thing you've created here. It's so unique to predicate the release of money upon the actual attainment of new net jobs. I mean, that's a really cool way to do this. You know, the preponderance of employment in Sacramento are low-paid jobs. They're really service jobs. They're kind of the backbone of what happens in Sacramento. So when you bring potentially 1,500 new net jobs that pay well with full benefits, that is pretty extraordinary. And, you know, I think this incentive is going to prove worthwhile. I really look forward to its success. And once again, thank you to everybody involved.
Councilman Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. I have just one question, either you or John or perhaps Barry. What did Centene find in Sacramento that they liked, other than the incentives? What drew them to this area?
Well, I think to begin with, the fact that they acquired HealthNet. That was a big piece of it, the fact that they have 3,000 employees in Sacramento today. And they had to take into consideration if they were setting up a regional presence, Western regional presence in another city, that would be potentially a very costly relocation for them. That was part of it. The next part of it, which this is where GSAC was extraordinarily helpful, is demonstrating that we have a capable workforce, we have great universities, we have people who can fill the jobs that are going to be created by Centene. That is what these companies are primarily looking for, and is one of their greatest challenges when they grow. It's not, office space and all is very important too, but their biggest expense is their employee costs. And their biggest constraint to growth and prosperity is availability of talent. And so that is where GSAC did a tremendous job of sharing with Centene what it was we have to offer here and what our total workforce shed was in Sacramento. The incentive comes into play when you look at sort of the competing markets that we're up against in Texas, Arizona, and Nevada. I think it's well known that our cost of doing business in California is a bit higher, and we have to work on equalizing the playing field by providing incentives like this. And that is exactly what we talked about at the retreat, was that that's where we need to go. If we want to have significant growth, it's not about helping a developer finance a building. It's about going after companies and leveling the playing field so that we can be an attractive place for these companies, which, we are. We've got a wonderful quality of life in Sacramento, and it's a great place to raise a family and do all the things that people want to do. And so it's a combination of factors.
A ready workforce, UC Davis, Sac State, University of Pacific.
Absolutely.
I want to add one thing, and you've alluded to it, but I think, I know that in the country, this issue of the Affordable Care Act and health care may be controversial. But California, in my view, has rightfully embraced it. And for anybody who thinks there isn't a connection between the expansion of healthcare and our city's ability to have the potential to land Centene is sorely mistaken. So it could be ideological as you want, whoever out there, about healthcare, but we have the potential now of gaining 5,000, not 1,500, 5,000 new jobs in the city of Sacramento, in large part because California and its state capital has embraced expansion of healthcare in the state and in this country. It's really important. That's another big reason.
If I could,
Yeah.
that is, my original conversations were with the vice president there, who's now the vice president of diversity. And what the mayor has just described is exactly why they chose California. And the other piece about Sacramento, in addition to the things that John has stated, and I think Barry touched on, was our ability to deliver in this particular field. So Sac State and UC Davis are great schools, but they also sort of specialize in the medical field because of what Sacramento stands for with all of our hospital and care systems. And that too is reactive in some ways to this healthcare situation that California's taken on. So all of the nursing programs, all of the specialty CPA and auditors and tech groups that particularly focus on healthcare, that helped us as well.
Great. Well, thank you. Good job, everybody. This is a no-brainer.
I assume that means yes. Okay. Vice Mayor Jennings.
Too long.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a no-brainer, and I want to join my colleagues in congratulating you and Councilwoman Ashby and the city manager and John Dangberg for all their work in getting us into this position. I know we still have to get over the finish line, but we're in a position to be able to do that. And we're in a position to bring some incredible jobs in Sacramento. And many times, constituents come before us to talk about what are we doing to bring jobs. And to be able to now show them this level of activity that will bring 5,000 new jobs at the pay scale that we've been looking at is something that we can now say that we can rest our laurels on, but we're not done. Because once this gets done, once this happens, it sends a message to the rest of the corporate community of what kind of a place Sacramento is. And so success does breed success, as Barry Broom said earlier. And I just want to let everybody know that, in case they didn't know, HealthNet and Centene have been a responsible corporate citizen in Sacramento for a long time. Whether that's through charitable giving, whether that's through people who are serving on boards of nonprofits, they have been responsible and they have been involved and they have been active. And so I just want to let them know that now the game increases as far as their opportunity to do even more. But I want to go back to what one of the previous speakers said as far as the 600 kids that were served at the Sacramento Community Center and also at the Kings game. So that was 600 kids that were served. And those 600 kids that were served, they were mostly young kids. And so with this being a 15-year term, Mayor, those young kids will one day be vying for the jobs that this organization first introduced them to. And to me, that's a winner. Is that these kids would one day be able to work for the company that invested in them in the anti-bullying campaign, bringing Hall of Fame speakers to speak to them and let them know what it took for them to be successful. This company has been investing in Sacramento. They continue to invest, and I applaud them for their efforts.
Thank you very, very much. In other words, you agree with the speaker from the Urban League. I don't know. I'm just putting two and two together. Okay. Councilman Chenier.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to add my congratulations, and John, thanks for all the work you've done. I know this has been a long haul, and leadership of the mayor and Angelique Ashby has been great on this. I want to paint a slightly larger picture, too, because I've been thinking about a lot of the work that this council has done over the past number of years in really thinking about the infrastructure in the city and all of the pieces that go into this. So I think they came for the reasons that you talked about. The sustainability of the city to continue to attract more business is really going to depend on our ability to do so many of the things we've talked about, the revitalization of downtown, supporting the transportation system. Through the chamber study missions, we see cities and we understand why they've been successful and where they've fallen down. And I think that as we continue as a council, we need to continue to think large and think about how all those pieces fit together. Companies will want to be here because they'll be able to attract not only employees from out, but have our own employees, which is why we need to really invest in our young people, as Rick was saying. And I know that a school board member visited with Cassandra with the 600 kids and was totally impressed with that as well. So my point here is we need to continue to try to put all these pieces together, even though it gets difficult and people have many, many priorities of what we're doing. But finding kind of the sources of revenue, being creative, and seeing how we can leverage what we're doing against the future that we all want, I think is going to be really important. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Chenier. Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John, I just wanted to say a big congratulations to you. I know the effort, the work you put in to do this, and we were just, I don't know, a month or two ago celebrating your retirement, and yet you've really never left. So thank you very much for your commitment to the city. I want to say thank you to Barry Broom, and Barry is playing a very key role here in Sacramento in helping to attract and to effectively be our goodwill ambassador to go out and make others know that Sacramento is a viable place to bring big business. I want to thank our mayor for his leadership, big picture. Mayor, I think that this is the kind of thing that really helps to solidify our foundation for Sacramento, and it creates a fertile environment for us to continue to build. And so I want to say thank you for your leadership on that. AA, Angelique Ashby, I know that you played a huge role in this, and I want to say thank you to you because, you know, the site where we believe is the potential top site for this business is a site that you've worked long and hard at trying to bring a reuse to, and I know you've worked very hard and committed to the community in the area. So thank you and congratulations to you, District 1, but also the entire city and region for this because it's bigger than just one district. And then lastly, I want to thank the Sacramento Kings too and all those that played a huge effort because with the Sacramento Kings here, it keeps us on the national stage, national platform, in addition to what it's doing in downtown and midtown and all of that. But it continues to help us attract others of like size, and this new business announcement is huge. And so hopefully we can keep it going, you guys. So great work, Sacramento. John, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councilmember. One more comment, Councilmember Harris.
Just briefly, to put this into perspective, these 5,000 jobs tops the number of employees employed by the city of Sacramento. It gives you an idea of the size of the potential of this deal. More employees than are employed by the city. So once again, great work by everybody involved.
Thank you very much. I just a couple last points, and I'm the last person that wants to put any kind of a negative or damper on this, but I really do want to emphasize this is not a final agreement. This is an employee incentive agreement, and it's very important to the people at Centene that we rightfully characterize it that way because they still have decisions to make. But we know, and I hope they know, their best choice. And I think their signing of this agreement is certainly, undoubtedly, a step in the right direction. I also want to emphasize that the public needs to know this, that this was a hard negotiation. The policy that Councilmember Ashby talked about that we passed in October, which is the foundation, I almost think we should put it, by the way, you know, next to our nameplates in front of there, because it really, in part, it's a mantra for the city in that we want to make it clear to other companies, this ought to be a catalyst, right, that we are open to negotiating, hard negotiations to provide appropriate incentives to attract more private sector employers here. But this was a hard negotiation. We shouldn't give money away easily. We shouldn't. And there are some deals, if you will, that may come to us in the future where we say, geez, well, maybe a lot of jobs, but the price is too high. In this instance, it's very clear that but for the potential to attract this corporate headquarters here, there's no money to generate. And this innovation fund was set up exactly for this purpose. I just want the public to know that we thought long and hard about this, and the council's thinking long and hard about this, and the negotiations took many months and many long conference calls and back and forth, in part because we were not a rubber stamp, and they, of course, were pushing very hard to get as large of an incentive as they could. This is a beginning, not an end, not only with Centene, but with other big companies that provide the potential future for so many of our kids here in Sacramento. Big day, big vote, been moved appropriately by Councilmember Ashby, thank you. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's a wrap, 9-0. Somebody get on the phone to St. Louis. Okay. Very good. Thank you very much, John. And thank you to your team. Excellent. Okay, now we move to the easy issue of cannabis. We need 17 and 18 continued. Oh, we're gonna wait. Yeah, we got to do Greenbrier, which is going to be a short. It's going to be a short one before we get to cannabis. So I was a little premature.
Mayor,
it'll be 5 minutes.
I'm happy to move items 17 and 18. We're continuing them, or?
Continue 17 and 18, second by Vice Mayor Jennings. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstain. Now we go to the Greenbrier item, which is what, item 19?
Mayor, on the Greenbrier item 19, are there any public commenters for item 19?
Public commenters on 19.
Okay, I'm happy to open the public hearing. There are no speakers. Close the public hearing and move this item as well.
Okay, it's been moved. Anything you want to add for the record? It's okay.
No, that's fine.
Take 15, 20 seconds.
It's an easy item, Mayor. It's
Listen, very,
self-explanatory
very
in the
much.
report.
Appreciate it. Okay, non-controversial. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstained. Good. Thank you. Appreciate we dispense with that. Now we move to the cannabis issues. So let me tell you the way I propose to handle this tonight. We want to take item 21 first, which is the broad category of the equity item. And Vice Mayor Jennings, I know you have an announcement to make on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to, as I did last week, recuse myself on this item. I have a potential conflict with organizations and/or individuals that are serving these targeted communities. And again, I want to emphasize potential conflict. And so I'd like to recuse myself in order to avoid any impressions of improprieties.
Very good, thank you. So you will leave for this item and not participate, but you will come back, please, for items 22 and 20, which do not pose the same conflict.
Thank you.
In other words, you can't go home. There you go.
Can't go to the game?
Yeah, no. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. Very good. So now I want to begin with this, but I want to make some opening comments about the whole package here before Mr. Devlin gets up here. So, members are elected to speak their minds, and members of the public have every right, of course, to testify en masse, whatever they like. But I just want to point out that this is the sixth major public hearing we have held on cannabis over the last 2+ years. Began in January of 2015, October of 2015, August of 2017, July of 2017, a little out of order there, November of 2017, and November of 2017. So this is the sixth hearing on the whole wide range of issues that we're discussing tonight, everything from delivery to cultivation to manufacturing to conditional use permits to council call-ups. A lot of questions have been asked and answered. And so what I would appreciate, and again, this is up to everybody here, is that we not necessarily relitigate every issue that we've discussed before. If you're opposed to the package, for any reason, philosophical, otherwise, that's cool. Then let's say it. If you're for it with one or two changes, we can say that. I know I have some clarifying questions that I think will be helpful in moving this along tonight, but I don't think this has to be necessarily as lengthy as some of the prior hearings if we recognize that there's been a lot of work, not only in public, but behind the scenes among the community and among members of the council. Okay? So let's begin with the equity item. Mr. Devlin, this is item 21.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Joe Devlin with the Office of Cannabis Policy Enforcement. Before you tonight is a substantive proposal that, when adopted, will complete our
initial regulatory framework around cannabis businesses in Sacramento. Put simply, the proposed new and amended changes before you tonight will enable the city to begin effectively regulating this complex and dynamic industry. While we may complete our initial framework tonight, we remain far from done. The fluid nature of this emerging industry will necessitate revision and nearly constant reevaluation. We will return in early 2018 to continue unfinished discussions and potential amendments as new information becomes available. I believe the Council's process has been deliberate and measured. Our approach has resulted in a set of thoughtful policies that have already been copied by other jurisdictions across the state. Before you tonight are a set of policies that complete the initial necessary regulatory framework, encourages compliance and entering the legal marketplace, but also addresses issues of social justice, equality in a meaningful way. I'd like to thank the multitude of community partners that have engaged in the policy discussions, particularly around equity. As you recall, the regulation of cannabis industry has been a long time coming. The state began this process in 1996 and then quickly moved through the development of medical cannabis in 2015, adult use in 2016 with Proposition 64, and then ultimately in 2017 combining those two systems. Our own history with cannabis regulation goes back to 2010 when the council passed a 4% business operations tax measure for the voters to consider, and then adopted our first ordinance related to dispensaries later that year and in 2011 as well. 2016 brought about regulations for cultivation with testing and manufacturing in early 2017. In total, there have been about a dozen committee and council meetings where cannabis items have been discussed. Tonight's agenda item is significant. Item 21 seeks to address the important issue of equity in the cannabis industry. I'm proud to present to you what I feel is a meaningful approach in addressing these questions. In order to facilitate the development of minority, women, and veteran-owned businesses, staff has proposed the establishment of a small business support center. Administered by a third party selected through an RFP process, this program will offer technical assistance to those seeking to enter the cannabis industry. As proposed, the program would include an industry mentoring program, scholarships, fee deferrals, expungement of criminal records, priority processing of CUPs and business operations permits, and an intensive community outreach program. This program is targeted at specific individuals and offers incentives for private businesses to be meaningful partners in the development of these small businesses. Depending on the individual, the program will offer different types of benefits. Each benefit is intended to support the lasting development of the individual small business. Staff is also proposing a tiered manufacturing system to meet the manufacturers at their scale and encourage entry into the legal marketplace. These permits will be based on type as well as gross receipts. Staff has also proposed the removing of the conditional use permit requirement for the smallest of manufacturers, and at the direction of council, we have added a call-up provision that will allow council members to call up business operations permits should they elect to do so. Removing the CUP will reduce the cost for applicants but maintain council control through the call-up provision. Also in item 21 is the establishment of the production CUP. The CUP will be more efficient for businesses, both large and small, and will allow cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution under a single CUP. Please note that unless an applicant applies for multiple uses at the time of their application, any change or additional use will trigger a modification of that CUP and necessitate a public hearing. These items are subject to the current appeal process as well. Additionally, the state's track and trace system will necessitate that a licensed distributor take possession and title of all cannabis products, even if they are located within a single building. These cannabis products must also pass through a licensed testing facility before they can ultimately end up in the consumer's hands. In sum,
The proposed changes will create a more equitable cannabis industry while maintaining local control and ensuring high standards. I thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Good, Jeff. Mr. General, first of all, I want to thank you I know Jay's going to thank you extensively. As mayor, I just want to say thank you for tremendous work. This is hard stuff. But what you've done for us tonight, together with Ms. Milstein and Jay, you've really taken the leadership on this, is you've now organized this in a way that I think is just, let's say, more easily digestible for all of us. And I want to thank the community as well. We're going to hear from them, I know, in a few moments here. But here's the question tonight on this item and the others. I'm just going to frame it. What you've done here is you have attempted, nothing's perfect, to balance the right of the neighborhoods and the council members to be able to review individual applications while at the same time not making that process so onerous and burdensome that people of color and businesses of color will not have the ability to apply because of the expense associated with that regulation. And in addition, what you're recommending here is a very proactive approach with the community to actually establish ways into the business with significant city funding to help incubate communities of color to have more than a real shot at being part of the success when we do this right. And we're going to hear from Malachi and others in the community in a few minutes, but they've emphasized this point again and again and again to me and to others. The communities that have most been harmed by the decades-long drug war on drugs deserve to be at the front of the line to benefit from the legalization of cannabis, done right and done in the right way. And so tonight, what you presented to us and the way you're presenting to us in the order that you're presenting to us, I think allows us to see in the big picture that balance, imperfect though it may be, that balance. So I want to thank you. Okay? Public comment. How many do we have on this item?
I have 16 speakers on item
Okay.
21. The first is Faye Wilson Kennedy, Mac Worthy, then Kevin Daniel.
Once again, my name is Faye Wilson Kennedy, and I'm with Southeast Village Neighborhood Association in District 6. I will speak to two issues on item 21. First issue, I've come before you several times talking about the over-concentration of cannabis business in District 6, particularly down Power Inn Road. We continue to be concerned about that. We love our neighborhood, and we have the philosophy, we believe in spreading the love around. We're not against cannabis businesses. We encourage them, but we want them spread around in all neighborhoods, not just concentrated in one neighborhood. And my second comment, we would like to support the equity program, and we really understand that in order to make this a successful program, money, energy has to be put into community outreach using grassroots strategies, working with youth, working with those neighborhoods that are often impacted by the cannabis industry. So on behalf of the Southeast Village Neighborhood Association, we would like to thank staff, we would like to thank our city council person, but we want to spread the love around. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Faye.
Next speaker is Worthy, and then Malachi Aman.
I've been here through those years. I don't oppose the business, but I oppose the regulations. Too many regulations. Now, you ain't saying a word about what is retail and what is wholesale. That's bookkeeping. Now, you did say you gonna put some funds up. Now, that's what I got. If the city gonna put the funds up, I don't want to go in this type of business. But if anybody want to be in this type of business, go for it. But they need, and especially black folk, need funds. But if I had funds, I'd put them in real estate. That's me. We are not showing here where, when you get one of these businesses, what is your assets? Let's talk about assets. Can you sell that business? Can you hawk your drugs through the banks? Or fall right back to the city to give you some money if you need money? When we have the corporation people selling it, and then it going through the testing, will that go back to what the young ladies say, putting on cigarettes? Will it be the same thing come back here to say, well, you are priming those joints for babies to smoke them? So you're talking out of both sides of your mouth here. And I don't want this to be the obituary for young blacks that want to be in business. Private sector, I was in it for 44 years. It's great, people. It is one of the greatest things you can do. If you survive 5 years, you will always be. But remember the danger zones here. This got very dangerous zones when you got one side speaking about cigarettes, and then you got approving marijuana. One get high, and I never got high. When I smoke Captain Black in my pipe. So, hey, what you talking about?
Thanks for the information, sir. Okay. Wasn't Malachi, who was next?
Malachi Amen.
Malachi Amen.
Kevin Daniel.
What's that? Did you call Mr. Daniel first?
I did.
Go ahead
Daniel?
then, sir. Yeah, you go ahead. Go.
Hello, my name is Kevin Daniel, and I work with the Greater Sacramento Urban League. I'm also a Sacramento native. I was born and raised in District 2, Del Paso Heights, and I was able to see firsthand the war on drugs in our communities. I had many family members, friends in and out of jail for selling and using marijuana. And it's affected their lives. Once they got that felony, had a hard time getting jobs, and they fell back into what they knew. They began that underground economy of selling marijuana. And in and out of jail for years, and here we are all these years later, and in a month or so here, it's going to be legal to use, legal to sell. And what's happening is these same communities that were stigmatized for marijuana are now been locked out of the industry due to lack of resources and funding. So I definitely would like to say that I'm definitely in favor of some equity. And I know that Sacramento believes in equity as well. It's important to make sure that people in these communities have access to business development, access to scholarships to pay for some of the fees, maybe business loans. But we have to make sure that our communities get a chance to bounce back from this lucrative industry and not be left behind on the sidelines watching. And it's also important to note that some of the revenues for this cannabis sales are going to be going into enforcement to shut down some of these illegal grows. So some of the folks who've been criminalized in the past can be criminalized again. So it's important to make sure that we provide some equity and provide some resources. Thank you.
Speakers Malachi Amen and then Cassandra Jennings.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Malachi Amen, President of the California Urban Partnership, resident of District 5, and a disturbed soul that somehow became the face of Sacramento's marijuana equity movement. Don't know how I did it, but it happened that way. Mr. Mayor, I'm incredibly grateful for our opportunity to have cannabis equity on the city's agenda. I'd like to thank you, Council Members Chenier, Joe Devlin, for your leadership and opening your hearts and minds to bring the core program to council for a vote. Most importantly, I'd like to thank the many grassroots leaders, activists, residents who recognized the urgency of justice a year ago and were courageous in raising their voices and remain committed to action until the job is done. Council members, this item presents a great opportunity to launch Sacramento's newest industry with decency and with fairness. I urge you to pass the measure, but with a clear intent for staff to further refine and implement the core program with community stakeholders. The elements now in place give you the power to carve a pathway for industry scholarships, business incubation, and parity in licensing. Today, you can fund and build the capacity for the development of social enterprises that create land use efficiencies, protect vulnerable residents from further displacement during our affordable housing crisis, and intentionally, those social enterprises can invest private capital into economic development projects that benefit the low-income residents. Today, you have the power to heal families and neighborhoods that were disproportionately destroyed by marijuana jail sentences. And finally, I'll close by saying this is about legally ending generational poverty and institutional racism. It is an honorable way to strengthen our local tax base and make the city that we love a place that truly works for everyone. My ancestors are in this room tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Malachi.
Cassandra Jennings and then Brenda Davis.
Mayor Steinberg and members of the council, again, Cassandra Jennings with the Greater Sacramento Urban League. I too want to thank the mayor and Councilmember Chenier and Joe Devlin for really working with us to try to build an equity program that really represents what we describe as the core, the Cannabis Opportunity Reinvestment and Equity Program. It is important that we look at communities that have been criminalized by this substance, that now that they have an opportunity to participate in the uptick. So we really encourage you to look at reducing these barriers of entry into this market, business support, community education, and scholarships. It is important, and for the community, I know that the train has left the station, and so we want to make sure that this equity program is implemented as soon as it can, as we all try to participate in the market. So thank you very much, and I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brenda Davis and then Betty Williams.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Brenda Davis, and I represent the California Urban Partnership. You've already heard from my client, Malachi Sacramento, and I just wanted to, Madam Clerk, I have some graphics here. I want to hone in very briefly on the reason we support the core program framework and the great effort it will require to make it a success going from policy to reality. And we've already had a lot of hard work from Joe Devlin and other city staff, and we look forward to working with them more. We have 7 focus neighborhoods, 7 zip codes that we're talking about. We want to prioritize various forms of business-focused assistance in those 7 neighborhoods. That's Del Paso, Meadowview, Valley High, North Highlands, Arden Arcade, Fruit Ridge Stockton, and Oak Park. We're talking about neighborhoods negatively and disproportionately affected by activities, arrests for activities that were once criminalized and are now touted for the potential to generate billions of dollars for those who have nothing to do with these neighborhoods other than a warehouse location. We're talking about training and incubating the motivated, the aspiring, the street-savvy inhabitants of these neighborhoods, and others who meet the eligibility criteria for participation. Finally, we're talking about arresting the economic death spiral that will continue to haunt these neighborhoods if we let this opportunity pass while outsiders locate their businesses and distort the real estate market. And the inhabitants fail to prosper. We're talking about changing business as usual into reinvestment, revitalization, and new synergy in these neighborhoods. This is what the law allows, and we believe it is what equity requires. Thank you.
The next speaker is Betty Williams and then Daryl Roberts.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Betty Williams. I'm the president of the Greater Sacramento NAACP. And I am here to urge you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members, to support the equity program that CORE has brought before you, and at least take the following actions tonight: to approve at least $1.5 million in funding for training, technical assistance, and community outreach and education. The City of Sacramento has approved spending for $6.8 million a year to support interests of wealthy marijuana business owners and who are positioned to dominate the market. However, $0 have been used to identify to help entrepreneurs of color, particularly African Americans, whose families and neighborhoods are disproportionately destroyed by marijuana jail sentences. Secondly, I would like for you to direct the staff to develop, I believe Joe Devlin talked about this already, an RFP to seek stakeholders' input for a third party to provide training, technical assistance, and community outreach and education services. Also, to direct the city manager to work with stakeholders in developing a revolving loan fund to support the core program participants. I also have with us tonight, with the NAACP, has been working with individuals, and I'm going to have our housing chair give to you to, I don't know who, we have copies for everyone, and so if you can give it to the young lady there, the assistant clerk.
Assistant clerk, thank you.
Where we are supporting one of the incubators that will be teaching not only the skill set, but business opportunities and how to become a business owner in the industry. As a placement in employment, we have discovered there's at least 22 new career opportunities in the cannabis industry, and we are hoping to teach individuals those new job opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Betty. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Betty, I want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You support this item, but you want us to do something different?
No, I do support the item, and I was just defining that all the job opportunities that are available. One of the pieces is an incubator that will consist of individuals learning job skills as well as individuals who want to learn to get into the industry.
The job training portion, the training portion that's included in here is not sufficient?
Is it not sufficient?
Is that what you're saying, or is it okay?
No, it's being redefined. I'm helping you define it. I'm not saying it's not sufficient, but I'm giving you some help in defining what you need to do.
Thank you for your help.
Nice. Very good. Mr. Roberts.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, city manager. My name is Darrell Roberts, resident of District 2 tonight. Live at 2396 Erickson Street. I want to, first of all, applaud Malachi for taking leadership as we talk about a very difficult subject. As a former resident over the last 30 years of South Natomas, the Oak Park community, as well as downtown Sacramento, and presently a resident in North Sacramento, Del Paso Heights, I've seen firsthand the devastation that has occurred in our neighborhood. Unfortunately, it was policies that were designed to fight drugs, the drug problem that we got caught up with. We arrested far too many African American and brown men and women. We devastated our communities by taking away role models, mentors, and others. Tonight, the City Council has an opportunity to reinvest in those communities. And much as I heard you praise the new company coming into Sacramento, I hope you see this as an investment in the neighborhoods that are most at risk. Malachi mentioned what you're presently doing around training and technical assistance. Our hope is that you put at least $1.5 million, as Betty said, into that fund. The least you can do is what is being asked by Malachi and the coalition. We recognize that there is a funding commitment that is involved with this, but it's a necessary funding commitment. In order for you to change things that have happened in the past, you must invest in those communities in the present. I ask for your support tonight, as well as the modifications that are being talked about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carly Brannon and then Jared Brannon. Carly, Jared Brannon. Following Mr. Brannon is Frank Louie.
Hi, Jared Brannon from Sacramento Cannabis Manufacturing Association again. I've been in the marijuana business for the last 7 years. I've worked dozens of jobs from the growing aspect to delivery to sales to actual manufacturing the concentrates. And I would say one of the big aspects of this where you would get the most jobs would definitely be manufacturing concentrates. There are 3 main extraction methods you guys have approved. The CO2, you've recently are about to be approving alcohol, which I applaud you. And there's also short path, which I urge you to look at as well. It's essential to have a wide, diverse market when you're starting this. That way it can be healthy and thrive. Having a limited market would just be detrimental. And in order to have that, you also need it to be quite diverse. These equity programs are a very good way of going about that to help build a nice, diverse area from the community itself and give back to the community. And I would definitely, like with the past speakers, I recommend you take some sort of measure into trying to reinvest into Black and affected neighborhoods that have been adversely affected by these things. Thank you.
Frank Louie and then Christopher Logson.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and council members. My name is Frank Liu. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Sacramento Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce. As the largest regional ethnic chamber focused on building capacity within underserved communities, the Sacramento Asian Chamber has been proactive and involved in supporting the emerging cannabis industry in Sacramento and statewide for over a year. We have developed and implemented a Cannabis Talk series of roundtables and workshops that offer the Sacramento business community the opportunity for discussion, education, support in a safe and open environment. The participation and feedback has been outstanding, and this format will continue to evolve to offer hands-on training and business assistance to the emerging, small, diverse business entrepreneurs in our city. We have been working with both local and state officials, cannabis operators, local corporations, various diverse local business owners, and statewide cannabis industries organizations to ensure equity for the API communities as well as other interested, diverse small businesses. We know that there are distinct minority disadvantaged communities that require different approaches. We have specifically reached out to the Asian communities to provide education and support, and there's still a significant amount of work to be done in this area to help educate and support the entry and or transition into the legal regulated marketplace. The API community needs education and insight on the opportunities, challenges, issues, and concerns, as well as the necessary business assistance to pursue their business dreams in this industry. There are some very unique challenges due to the various cultural and language barriers in the Asian community, and this will require a very unique approach and implementation. The Sac Asian Chamber is uniquely positioned to work with the city to accomplish this and to help the city reach its social equity goals.
Thank you.
The city is poised to take an important first step tonight in the social equity space, but is only the first step.
Thank you.
Yep.
You please thank
the Sac Asian Chamber supports the city's efforts to establish an equity program, and we look forward to participating with the city as one of your partners.
Thank you.
Christopher Logston and then Christopher Logston and then Canuck Israel.
Now, our rule, just so you know, is you can testify on 4 items in an evening, so there's 3 more after this. You're welcome. I mean,
just wanted to make this quick. I want to send Malachi some love because you've been a real leader on this issue, and we're here because of you. So thank you so much, Malachi. Thank you to the council, too, for being willing to work with Malachi and the coalition. I rise in support of the item. I encourage and urge full support for each motion and each ordinance within it. I have a question about the slides, Mr. Devlin, if I could ask him. Are those slides available now for the public? The slides that you presented, are those slides available now for the public? Are they?
You have handwritten, you don't have canned copies of them now, do you?
I'd like to.
Are they on the website? They're on the website.
Okay,
Can you
because I
get them
can
on the
find
website?
Cool. All right, cool.
Cool.
And then the last thing is, so last time I think you guys talked about this, there was a push to get
outreach to the youth. And I just want to encourage you to accelerate that effort. You've got, 31 days or so before a lot of this goes live. And I would encourage you to accelerate the youth outreach as soon as you can. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Kanoke Israel, and then Ray Perez.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. First of all, I want to say that I support the idea of being able to provide equity for cannabis and those people wanting to enter into the business. I want to share here a specific example. When I was in school, probably about the 10th grade, I had a friend of mine whose family was torn apart via marijuana sentencing. His father, the father of the household, who was the head of the household, he was put in jail for less than, maybe $20 of marijuana. He was put in jail for 3 weeks. Well, of course, 3 weeks doesn't seem like a long time, but when you have a job and you're employed and you're earning money for your household, he lost his job. And I saw that family spiral out of control. I saw that family go through many hardships. So the idea that we're getting ready to make this legal is great. But at the same time, I want to make sure that we know that there needs to be some equity involved. So the scholarship aspect is one thing that's very important. Also, the last time I was here, we talked about urban agriculture, but today we're talking about something different. And what I see today is with the equity behind the cannabis is I almost see it as a reenactment of the 40 acres and a mule, which was promised and we never got based on, things in the past. So what I'd like to say is I really support this, and I want you guys to support it, and also to make sure that we have the monies, the $1.5 million that was mentioned, to be able to make sure that there are loans and other things available. So thank you.
Thank you. Good testimony. I just want to be clear on, I keep hearing 1.5, that's fine. We're starting, the resolution starts with 1 million. And as I told Malachi and the coalition, 1 million over 2 years. And when it's successful, maybe we'll come back next year and invest more. I mean, we want to do more and invest more, but that's the start. So just to, 1 over 2 years, right. It's 1 over 2 years, so I guess it would be 1.5 over 3 years extrapolated, but maybe it'll be more than that, so who knows? So, what's next?
Ray Perez is the next speaker, and then Zion Tadiz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Ray Perez. I'm a member of the Forming California Equity Business Alliance. I've been to some of the previous meetings, and one thing that jumped out at us was we were told that there's going to be a 30 cap on dispensaries. And in addition to that, when it gets to the recreational side, there are going to be 8. I think council really need to look at just the facts here. The last audit that was done October 2017, none of the 30 passed. One wouldn't even let the auditors in. Another one, they couldn't determine whether the person was there or not. So I don't think the city should, the residents, knowing this, should allow these operations to go forward unless they pass an audit. They were saying in the audit that they don't know if you're getting the right amount of taxes from them. So now, December 1, they get the permit, they can go out online and apply for their state license. They're all done, they're gonna do that before even getting a clear audit of their finances. Secondly, I think the equity side, the 8 for adult use, I think there needs to be something sit in there to say, in all of the communities that were affected by the war on drugs, they get to do a dispensary, cultivation, distribution in those communities, not someone outside. A city that I've been working with, they did just that. They took, they're gonna do 4 dispensaries, and they took all of those 4 dispensaries, and they're gonna be placed in the areas that were impacted by the war on drugs. That's a true give to the community.
You don't think this is enough?
I don't think it's enough at all. I think it needs
Fair
to be
enough.
more.
It's a
It needs to
start.
be more of that.
It's-
And not only that, I think you really need to look at the audit before you allow the others to apply for permit and failing an audit.
Thank you. Ben.
And Tadis, and then Kamina Jackson.
Got three.
Hi, I'm Zion, and I own a Queen Sheba restaurant in Sacramento.
A what? I'm
And
sorry.
Queen Sheba restaurant on Broadway. So I'm a business person, so I really strongly support the marijuana equity. And I know from my experience I help my Ethiopian community by employing them and teaching them, educating them, so that they can go out and be part of the Sacramento community. I think we can apply the same thing if you guys help us, so we can help our community. They can help themselves, their family, and then they can go out, be part of the Sacramento community. So I really urge you to support us with the equity. Sorry about my English, but
You're
so
doing
the whole
great.
Huh?
You're doing great.
Sorry. So the whole point is like you guys help us and we help our community, and the community can help the Sacramento. So I agree with the mayor.
Always good to agree with the mayor, by the way. Councilmember Hanson, you had a quick
Zion,
comment.
I just wanted to say thank you for being here. Queen Sheba is a great restaurant.
Thank
For those of us who are experiencing,
Thank you.
probably like us, most of you have not eaten dinner, so that general hunger now has a place to go. How late are you open tonight?
I'm sorry?
How late is the restaurant open tonight?
We open until 9. We start at 11:30 in the morning, and then we open
Well,
until 9 in
well,
the evening. So
I think those of you who want to go to Queen Sheba.
Everyone can speak fast. Thank you. Thank
The
you.
whole point, though, is just we
Yeah.
help our community, so it
Yeah,
helps.
we got to get to the next testimony.
All right,
Thank you.
The next speaker is Kamina Jackson, and then the final speaker on this item is Shelley Lucero.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Thank you so very much. And actually, my name is Kamika Jackson, and I'm standing here with one of my business partners. Name of our company is Sheweed. And we just wanted to get up today and just express how we are in support of item number 21, 20, and 22. Basically, we're just wanting the council to afford us the opportunity to compete. I stand here as a representation, African American. I'm also a woman, and I'm also a Sacramento resident who has resided all of her life in one of the areas that have been negatively impacted by the war on drugs. So with that being said, I'm asking, of course, for some equity. We would definitely like to continue our business, but at the rate of the fees currently, we are being forced out, or we will be forced out if there's not anything done to assist us. So again, we're just here in favor of the items, and we ask that you all please review these items with an open mind. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Is there anything else that you would like to add?
Okay,
So,
thank you.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
And the last speaker is Shelley Lucero.
Thank you, City Council members, Mayor. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. Actually, my name is Shelby Lucero, and I'm here representing me. I have a couple of corporations in the cannabis industry, Greenway Commerce and Bud Tracker. I wanted to tell you that I'm a local activist. I've lived in Sacramento all my life. I'm a Latina woman, single, and we support veterans. I want to say that there isn't a community out here who hasn't been affected by the war on drugs. I myself have had a cannabis arrest, and after 5 years of dealing with court battle year after year after year, I have no felony charges and I have no misdemeanor charges. I walked away with an infraction. And I have to say that not everybody would do that. There are people of color that would be pressured to make other decisions. People cannot fight for themselves because they're not educated enough. If it wasn't for my activism, I would not be in the position I am here today. I'm now a subject matter expert for the state of California. I have a business mainly in compliance and another in track and trace. I applaud you for being so liberal in your support with the cannabis community. I heard earlier today that you wanted to improve jobs, bring jobs to the industry. The cannabis industry is perfect for that, not just for the private industry, but for the state of California. And I wanted to say that I would be happy to partner with the City of Sacramento to offer my services to help these people that we just spoke of with support and mentorship program to help them get into this industry. They need it just as much as anybody else, if not more. Thank you again.
Very much appreciate you. We do have one more.
I do have one more speaker slip on this item from George Moody.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I know you've heard a lot of about why we needed this equity program, but I don't think we've heard enough about what Sacramento is going to get from this equity program. My team represents Del Paso Heights, Oak Park, and the Valley High neighborhood, some of the areas most affected by the war on drugs. We're all Sacramento born, bred, and proud. Our team's made up of a Fortune 500 salesperson, an accountant, a delivery operations manager, an herbalist, a chemist, and a market executive. Our branding is about complete. We have established connections with dispensaries. Our supply chain is almost established. We met with Tim Moreland, Director of Legislation and Regulatory Affairs, so that our taxes would be in order so that Sacramento gets its fair share of the revenue. We plan to begin with distribution, and until that incubator space is developed, and then possibly the low-in-cost loans that may be that have been discussed and possibly be added into the equity plan, so that we can buy some manufacturing equipment to go into manufacturing. Our plan is to build tinctures for pain management, CBD oil for children with epilepsy, lotions with analgesic properties. We plan to spend a portion of our revenue generating funds to purchase homes, to secure low-income housing, as many Sacramentans are being priced out of our community, which disproportionately affects Black and brown communities. Sacramento will get another class of entrepreneurs that care about our community instead of robber barons that can come in from outside our city, pay the $45,000 fee, and take our dollars out of our community.
Thank you. You need to wrap it up.
Okay.
Please. Thank you so much.
We're just asking for the opportunity for Sacramento to be consistent in generating to allow us to be consistent in the generation of tax revenue to support our city and community that we care so much about.
Thank you very much for advice. Okay, let's turn it now to the members of the City Council. I know I have a question about equity, around neighborhood equity, and but I want to wait till after the council members. I don't know if I want to go before Councilmember Warren or not, but let's begin with Councilmember Chenier. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So, a couple things. I'll be relatively brief, but I do want to work through some of the process that we've gone through because I think that's important. Before I start, I want to answer 2 points that Mr. Perez brought up. One is, I know that the Office of Cannabis Enforcement has talked to all of the dispensaries, and if they are not able to pass a list of 20 items, they're not going to be moving forward either with sales here or their ability to get a state license. So that's the first piece. The other thing that you mentioned was 8 licenses, and I've not heard that number before. I don't know where that's from, but that's not a case in point. The moratorium, there was a moratorium at 30 dispensaries, and basically what the next item will do is take that and make that a cap. This council has the ability at any time to look at adding more dispensaries, more brick and mortar if they choose to do that. Delivery is not capped, and that will be probably 50% of the market, we think. So I want to do a couple things. Nell, could you put that up real quick? First of all, I do want to thank Joe Devlin, our staff. There are actually 2 sides to this, and I know it's really hard to see, but I think this was handed out to the council. These are some of the actions that the council has taken within the last year, year and a half on this item. And again, there's a backside to this, which is fine. But if you look at this, you can see how complicated this item is, how complicated the issue is, and how much work has been done in all facets to get us to this point. I also want to say two things about that. One, there's no prescription for this. No one in the state has done what we've done. So it's not like you can just go to another city and copy it and say this is how we'll do it. We've had to create this wheel on our own. So that's been important. And I think also when you look at the amount of work, I've been here 7 years. I haven't seen a bureaucracy move this quickly on an item in those years. So I just want to give some credit to Joe and to Zara and really to all of the staff. I know we've had lots of people from lots of departments who've been pulled in to work on it. Steve Itagaki has become our lawyer of choice, right, on everything that we're doing with marijuana and has been really deep into this. So I just want to say thank you there. I also want to thank Malachi and Brenda, who both testified, for leading the effort and representing the 20 or so organizations that came to us individually or together, but probably 4 months ago. How long has it been? March. Since March. It's been a while. But who've been representing them and come to a lot of meetings to get to the point where we are today. And I also want to thank all the organizations that have played a role in this, and I know that has come kind of through Malachi and Brenda, but I think it's been really important. You know, this all does not happen without the neighborhood and community organizations stepping up and saying we need this to happen. People a lot of times say that this council or councils generally don't listen. I think we listened and we responded to this and continue to work with you. This is not a perfect situation, as the mayor said. It's a starting point. Like everything else we're doing in cannabis, we're going to have to continually evaluate and come back and evolve into a great program. And I think that what we've got here today is really a model. I think that there are two speakers that we had. I just want to bring out 2 points. One was Darryl Roberts, who talked a lot about this as an investment. And I think that's a great word because really what we're doing is we're investing back into our own community. I don't know that we can make up for things that happened years and years ago, but looking at what we need to do today to make sure that all of our communities thrive is a priority. And I think we've shown that in lots of ways, as we've talked about priority neighborhoods, as we've talked about some of the contracting issues. And I think that what we heard tonight, it's really an appropriate night to think about that. The other thing is I wanted to thank Canuck because I think you put a face on what we're trying to do, which is really important. We can talk in the abstract a lot, but when you talk about individual families and the suffering that the war on drugs has caused for them, it really brings it home as to why this equity piece is so important. This has been a process, as I've said. We have, and you can take that down, that's fine. We have had numerous meetings to get to a point where we think we can move forward. Again, there's no model here. There are models of incubators, but this is a new industry. We do want to make sure, I believe, that this industry is open to all and not just folks who have the cash to come in and do it, who may or may not be from Sacramento. I think that this is an experiment, but based on some really good information and people with a lot of experience doing these types of things. And so I'm very, very excited about it because I think it's just the right thing to do for the council, for the city, and it's really about our sustainability. It's an investment that we're making in our own future and making sure that those folks who maybe would be excluded on a normal basis are not excluded. And that is something that I think is important to this entire council. And again, I think we've shown it in different ways. And I'm happy that I've been able to participate on this one as well.
Thank you for taking the lead.
No, it's fine. I'm also happy that Brenda and Malachi are now BFFs with me we'll be going through this. And I actually look forward to kind of continuing as we evaluate this, as we tweak it, as we move forward. What I'm going to do is get right to a motion on this, and there's a couple of pieces that I'll stop and talk a little bit about it. So,
And open and close the public hearing.
my motion is to open and close the public hearing and do the following. First of all, move staff recommendation with the addition of supplemental language establishing a council call-up procedure for cannabis business permits. So I want to stop there, and I'm going to come back and I have this written out, so if you need it. This is where, and Mr. Carr brought this up on numerous occasions, we want council members to have the ability to understand where in their districts these businesses might locate. And not having to do a CUP, a conditional use permit, which is very expensive for some pieces of this, primarily testing and small manufacturers, it allows access to the market. So that's what this piece is about. So it's a little bit different. We haven't done this before, a council call-up on this type of item, but I think it's important. Also, to include the supplemental language clarifying the need for a modification to alter the cannabis production uses allowed, dedicating $1 million to the equity program over 2 years. We haven't specified if it's an equal $500,000 per year, but we'll have to see how it goes and what the needs are as we go forward. But it's $1 million over 2 years. My expectation is that this program becomes self-supporting as people graduate through the incubators, open their own businesses, and pay taxes in Sacramento, and that those funds can then be used to hopefully repay the general fund for this, but more importantly, support and grow the program over time. We want to direct staff to return to council with resolutions or ordinances necessary to carry out the equity program. The resolutions we've had a lot of discussion about. I think it's important for the council to make a statement about why this is happening, why we are doing that, and that will come within a resolution. It really doesn't go specifically into the ordinance. We want to continue to seek input from the community partners, particularly on the development of an RFP. So we want to go out with an RFP to figure out who can provide the technical assistance, support, and training in the incubators for folks that are doing it. And we've talked a lot about the creation of a revolving loan fund. We want to direct the city manager to explore the creation and administration of such a fund and how that might work. There are some challenges to it because of federal law, but I think that it's something that we do need to do, and that's something that can also be a revolving fund, so that once seeded, it takes care of itself over time. So that's the motion. Do you need me to go? I can read through it quickly. You got it?
Got it.
Okay. With that, that is my motion, and I'm excited to move forward on this program, and we look forward to continuing to work with our community partners to make sure that it's successful. This is not something we want to walk away from. This is an investment and a very definite commitment that we've made, as with the entire kind of cannabis program that we're doing. As we talk, and I talked a little bit earlier when we talked about Centina, about all the needs that we have to create the infrastructure and create the community we want, that requires revenue. The marijuana cannabis industry is a place that we can get some of those revenues, and this can be an integral part of it.
Yep. Very good. Thank you again for your leadership on this and helping to land the plane. And again, it's beginning. Good work. Before I turn it over to Councilmember Guerra, who's next, I want to ask a question that is not part of your motion, but I know it's important to at least a couple council members who are up to be speaking in the next few moments. And I just want to get it out there because it's been a little bit of a subtext around the issue of neighborhood equity. And again, not part of the motion and not part of tonight's action. Back in March, the City Council passed a resolution which essentially said that for disadvantaged neighborhoods get 1% of the proceeds back to their districts, right? And that applicants essentially had a choice. they either agree to the 1% or they agree to the results of a nexus study that shows the impact of locating any of these facilities on affected neighborhoods. And that's a constitutional requirement. That's what the lawyers, our good city attorney, Mr. Sanchez, Mr. Riak, have told us, that you can only charge a fee that represents a relationship to a particular impact. Fine. We know from that discussion and that analysis that if that for those who sign up for the 1%, if the nexus study comes back and says, nah, the impact's only 0.5%, the city's going to have to constitutionally refund that money. We know that. But and that's fine. But there's another piece of it. What if the nexus study shows that it's 2% or 3%? Under the ordinance we passed in March, there is no mechanism currently to increase that fee to represent the 2% or the 3%, depending on what the nexus study says. And there's a legal question. There are hundreds of applicants. We've only issued 5 conditional use permits, as I understand it. No? For those applications, Mr. Riek, for those applications that the city has not yet considered, is it possible at a later date, several weeks from now, to amend our March ordinance to say that if the nexus study comes back at higher than 1%, that in fact we're going to ask the applicant to pay that higher rate?
Mr. Mayor, the answer to your question.
23 permits have been issued, but there are hundreds. That have not yet been approved. I asked you this afternoon in my office, and I want to just put it on the record here. Okay,
Mr. Mayor, to the extent an applicant has not yet received a permit, conditional use permit or business permit, the city can change the percentage or the whatever the fee is with respect to those applicants who have not yet received their permit.
And I'm just going to tell you my basic view, and I know I'm only one vote here, that the fee ought to be commensurate with the impact, period. So there may need to be some more work over the next couple weeks to just deal with the potential that the nexus study, it shows up higher than 1%, because we've already dealt with what occurs if it's lower than 1%, okay? That's the legal answer. It's on the record. You know my opinion on it. Let's move forward. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I will go ahead and second the motion here by my colleague, Councilmember Chenier. First, I want to make a point that in this conversation, the two fundamental things that I hear from both my constituents and thinking about this issue is both neighborhood equity and neighborhood safety. And on two things that I've heard from constituents here today, one on the over-concentration and undue concentration, I'll bring that up for item 22 and have a deeper conversation on the next item. But on the issue of equity, that a district that is being that has a larger proportionate impact of it, this action here today allows for those communities to take advantage of a market that is booming right now. And whether you like it or not, I myself was not a proponent of Prop 64, mainly because I think the state was not ready yet, regulatory-wise, but we're here in a month from now where it is. And to be ready for that, I think we've done a good job here, and it's going to be a continuing process to improve on it. And a couple things I want to point out. One, on this item, we've developed the Small Business Support Center. We put together in the call-up provision to ensure that as a council, we can look and evaluate whether an application fits that community in that area. We've also added the public hearing, additional public hearing process there. In every single step of the process, we've ensured that the public has an opportunity to comment on an application, and that before an application is approved, that those inputs and those concerns are heard and responded to. Another big piece that I have a concern about was the gaps in between the different parts from cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution, and being able to control the leakage and ensuring that we have good audit systems. The fact that we have the track and trace system and those requirements in here, I think that's going to be critical for us to ensure that we have a strong auditing program so we don't replicate what we saw in the audit on dispensaries earlier. And that's a key thing, that every single step we try to do, we make sure that every aspect of the system is has redundancies and security measures. Lastly, I'm going to go back again to the conversation about youth and youth outreach. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Joe, the last time we had this conversation, I had a concern that we need to get ahead of the curve and start talking to our community partners about how we're going to communicate on the health impacts to youth, because it's going to be out there in January 1st. So it's my understanding that the city's already taken proactive efforts to work with and reach out to the different nonprofit partners involved in these efforts. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We've begun building what I would call a coalition of partners to do exactly that. So both educational partners as well as foundational partners.
Good, good. So I want to make sure that we're overlaying those communities that are going to get affected both on where the industry is, the education about the health impacts, and also on the employment side. So I think there are multiple layers here that we get to benefit from on this area. Finally, again, I'm going to close back on this point, that as we move forward, the city has to focus on two fundamental pieces: neighborhood equity and neighborhood safety. And we've put, I think, in this provision, those both components. We've focused on the safety piece, the good auditing, making sure we have strong regulations, and also on the equity piece to ensure that the manufacturing part of it also, we have people that can enter the market without having to have large amounts of capital, but willing to start their own industry. And with that, Mr. Mayor, glad to second the item.
Very good, thank you. That's a motion and a second. Appreciate your work too, Councilmember Guerra. Councilmember Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be brief, and I'm going to stick to it. Everybody's been very patient. Malachi, I think you've done a phenomenal job since you first reached out quite a long time ago on this, and I think building this coalition along with Brenda and Cassandra and Betty and everyone else has been really a labor of love for you and many other people. And I think that what we're trying to do tonight is get right what has been wrong for a long time and get opportunity into communities that really haven't had it. And through these systems, and granted the federal government is still stuck in a prior era, we're going to continue to press forward. I think, though, as much as tonight's an inception point, and everybody's been working hard to create this, much like the work Canoke does in growing fruits and vegetables and farming, I think that we have to nurture this and tend to it. It is not self-propelling. And to get this right and to fulfill the promises and the ideals of what we're trying to do through this equity program, it's going to continue to need all of you who've been here tonight to support it, to help us nurture and grow it, because that's the only way we're going to get it right. This is very outside the box for our city, very outside the box for most cities, and I think that this is an opportunity, though, to really demonstrate innovation in government, participation from the community in government, but also partnership. And ultimately, what I'm talking about here is a partnership that has to succeed. And so, in the end, as much as we've relied on the community to get us to this point, I think Councilmember Chenier really nailed that one as far as all that work. This is not the end point. Many people think the decision that we make tonight is going to be that end point, and I just want to underscore that we're going to need you all for a lot longer. And I'm really honored to support this. I think this is something that we're going to hopefully become a model for. But in the end, hopefully, in 2 years, once this pilot program is sort of run its course and we extend it and we create a new permanent program, that we can look back and say that it was all of you that made the critical difference in its success.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Hanson. Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if I'm going to be brief or not. I'm going to try to. But there were a number of things that had concerned me about some of the earlier ordinances that this council had passed. And I am happy to say, though, that I've heard things that have pleased me in terms of my concerns. Not completely there, but I think we've gone a long way. I want to thank Jay, you and your team for working on this. I know you've made this a priority and put a lot of work into it. And I'm going to come back. I have a question for you as well on this stuff. But a couple of the big concerns that I had were around this whole equity piece. And keep in mind that equity is the business opportunity, which there are going to be a number of people that ultimately get licenses, but the equity piece is also the communities where these facilities will be. That's a huge part, and there will be many more people who don't get licenses that do. So those of you that are fortunate enough that do your homework, submit a good application, and then get licensed, great, because we want you to be successful. But you also have to understand these communities that you will be operating in, and my district, District 2, will be one of the most impacted districts. Those communities have had a lot of these negative impacts as it relates to marijuana when it was not legal. And so we're looking now to take this opportunity and to really bring responsible operators into our community who really understand what community benefits and community impacts are and want to be a part of the change that's taking place. So I was prepared to do something different than what I'm going to do today, because I think I can support what's being proposed, but there's some things that I'd like to see clarified as it relates to this issue. I really, and I want to be clear, because some of the things that go out from staff sometimes may be kind of letter of the ordinance, but then there's a spirit to the ordinance as well. And so I've been very clear that I don't want dispensaries, marijuana, if you're not functioning as a retail business, I don't want them in retail corridors in District 2. District 2 has had a long history of boarded and vacant buildings. I want those buildings to be vibrant. I want them to have traditional businesses, and even when marijuana becomes a retail operation, then I'm open to considering that in those commercial corridors, but not cultivation. And as you will recall, cultivation, you have to have your doors locked, you have to have your windows blacked out, and I don't want a business corridor with businesses that you can't access for traditional retail. So understand that irrespective of what the ordinance says, I will be calling up those items, and then if they don't meet the criteria that I think is best for the community, then I'm going to do what I can to convince my colleagues to support me in denying those applications. But for retail applications, then I think you have a much greater likelihood to establish a retail business in a retail corridor. So just file that away, and that might be some money that you save in an application. So that's, it's your call. I do have some questions as it relates to the ordinance that's before us today. One is relative to the call-up provision. Jay, I appreciate that being included back in this ordinance. But one of the problems that I have is notification about applications that have been approved, and then the 10-day period that we as council people have to call up these items. And I'm willing to allow staff to present some language, or council can come up with I think a responsible way to make sure that council offices are notified when these applications come in, and then when a decision has been made. be there in approval or a turn down, so that we have the benefit of the full 10 days, or if we, I don't know if legally we can extend it, the call up, the
No, I
grace
think,
period.
if I can answer that.
Go right ahead.
Because actually, I can't remember if we talked about this. I know in reading it, I made a note to myself because it's not even 10 business days. I believe it's just 10 days. And I have no problem. This is our decision. It's part of the ordinance. And if we want to change it to either 10 business days or slightly longer, I would ask Mr. Devlin if that would make any difference in what we're doing if you did a 15 business days, which would give you 3 full weeks, which to me is a reasonable amount of time. Is there any reason why we could not do that?
None whatsoever.
Well, I'll take that as a friendly amendment, and we can, if that suits
That
you.
would be very good, and I was going to suggest either that or just within a staff letting the office know, and then there's some acknowledgement that we received it. And the reason I say that is because there has been at least one applicant in District 2 that was licensed, and we didn't know until after the 10-day period had passed, so we had no ability to call it up. And I think there's only been one to date. So, that does not make me happy. However, we can use that as a learning tool.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we call it 15 business days with a required response from the council office? So if you guys don't get a response, we'll make it back on your accountability to make sure that they know. Does that work?
This is for the operating permit, correct?
Testing and small manufacturer.
On all of it.
No, I think this should be on all of it.
Yeah.
Here's the practical problem. If the community or the council member doesn't know that an application has been approved, then they can't exercise the right under any time frame ordinance. So what's the guarantee what's the protocol for ensuring that the information is going to get to the council member? And this is the
Right, and
community?
I don't think we need to work out the details now, but I'm happy to provide direction within this for, a 15 business day notification with some kind of council response required.
Yes.
Good.
Okay?
Very good.
Bring that back.
Yeah, that helps.
With the
too.
two-
No, I don't want to bring it back. I just want to provide that direction that they figure out how to do that. That's part of my motion now.
Okay.
That's the result that we
Okay.
want.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're good.
supports it.
All right,
Okay,
we're good.
Good.
Member Guerra supports
Okay.
that friendly
Alan,
amendment.
anything else?
Yeah, there's a couple more things. I wanted to also make sure that, and Mr. Mayor, I really appreciate the energy and time you put into this to help us get to what I think is a good compromise as it relates to some of the ambiguities. Not that we were wrong, but they were ambiguous to me. And the one, the nexus study is very important. I think we all agree. And that the impact should be tied, the fee that's being charged to the operators, be it up or down, should be tied to the nexus study.
That needs to come back in the next couple of weeks,
And
please.
the mayor, you've done a good job with that. That was a big point of contention for me. If the fee comes back and it's less, then they'll be charged less. If it's more, then they pay the appropriate fee for the impact to these communities. And also that money is then targeted in the communities in which the impacts are taking place. So
Well,
that-
the latter was always the case.
That was always the case.
Well, it started off going in, children's fund. I mean, there was a whole.
No, not on this.
Current policy, it's back to the affected
I
community.
like it. I like it.
Always been the case.
So I do, though, I would like to see the scope for the Nexus study. That concerns me. I want to make sure that the Nexus study is truly, has identified and will get to the impacts. And so I'd like to see the scope. I'm not saying it's a council decision, but I'd like to see it. And then if it's appropriate, as I read it, then, I will have no further comment about it. If there's something that I think should be added to it, then I will make that recommendation. The last couple of issues I have are relative to the equity piece. And one is, in order for, small businesses to access the money that's being set aside, I think that we need to, and I don't know if we have language yet, that the applicants could, the applicants that are going to apply for the money. So, and my concern is just that this money is really doing what it's intended to do.
So what we've done in the negotiation and discussions that we've had with the community members who've been involved in this is that we would, prior to writing the RFP, we would solicit their input. They can't be involved in actually writing it because some of them might be applying for the funds themselves. But certainly I think it's not a council item. I would like, maybe we can make it a council information item.
I think it should be an information. I don't.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't think we should be getting involved in writing the RFP, but I think look, this is all predicated on that organization's success, right? If that organization fails at what they're doing, the whole program falls apart. So this is like the most important thing we're doing. We'll get input on it. There's a good part of this around the incubators that there are a lot of models that we can go take a look at. We need to kind of use an equity lens as we do that.
Sure. I just want to make sure, because let me just tell you, there's a lot of expertise in this industry already.
Yeah.
So a lot of the people that will be applying have history and understand it. One of the biggest hurdles is going to be the application fee and all the other things, not so much there will be people who want to have, people work with them and all of that, but I'm not certain where that's going to fall in terms of their priority. What I've heard is that the biggest impediment has been, the application fees to get into the industry. And so what I want to do is just make sure that the intent is for us to have diversity and to have equity across, the folks that we're trying to reach, and I think that should be the goal.
So, absolutely.
Okay. Last couple of things. So, for small businesses, at some point they may transition to a larger business in this industry, and that's what we would hope, that a small business would then grow and become a big business. Has there been any thought or consideration as to how they would then transition from one level to the next?
Joe?
Councilmember, so the permit fee structure and the tiered manufacturing structure.
We're going to get to that.
Correct. That's in item 20, but the tiered manufacturing based on gross receipts, which is part of the equity program for manufacturing, for example, there are a number of different levels based on gross receipts again. It is imagined that at the conclusion of their permit, we will, as part of their renewal, evaluate their receipts and fit their permit accordingly to their gross receipts for the previous year.
Okay, all right.
So basically, you're right. I mean, that's the hope. If somebody grows into a larger business, it means they're probably graduated from the incubator. They don't need that help anymore. And then they're being treated like everybody else as a successful and thriving cannabis
business. The progressive income tax, right?
Very good.
Okay.
My last comment relative to this issue is, the audit came back and the audit was what the audit is. I have real concerns with allowing people that are already licensed, that are acting out of compliance with automatically being grandfathered into some new opportunity in the business. And so I think we really have to be mindful of that, so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Councilmember Warren, for sticking with this. Councilmember Carr.
I think I can be brief. We're on item 21, right, which is the equity program.
If you're brief, you get an extra vote.
I have issues, I have some discussion items with 20 and, what's this other one? 20 and 21 and 22 and 20. But first of all, I agree with your recommendations for the most part, that we come back with a resolution, that we survey our partners, and that we look at a revolving loan fund. The part I'm having a little difficulty with is the I hear $1 million thrown out, and I've heard $1.5 million thrown out. And what I'm not getting is, what is that money buying me? I think I basically agree with Mr. Chenier that eventually you want the program to be self-funding. So how many businesses does that get us? And I know we're passing a framework tonight. We're not passing specifics. We're not passing contracts, just a framework from the council. But when it comes back with the 1 million or the 1.5 million, I'd like to see a little more meat on the bone as to what we get for that amount. And I know it's a new industry, it's going to be hard to estimate, but what do we think we can do with that? Is that the right number or not? So let's put a little meat on that. My two biggest concerns have been satisfied. One is the overconcentration. If we can call up any item and talk about any item, that problem is concerned. That problem is satisfied, and I will have the opportunity to try to convince 4 other people to go along with my opinion. The second one, which is kind of addressed in a holistic way, is the biggest problem I have is residential grow houses. I've got 2 across the street from me. And when I look at the residential grow houses in my district, they're everywhere. And it causes problems with people breaking in, with people mistaking a grow house for something else, people shooting when they can't find either the product or anybody there. And I understand that we cannot really effectively address the grow houses until we get these permits going, until we collect the money to build the organization that's needed to do the enforcement. So I'm ready to move on. I have some ideas about the 1%, how to get around that problem. And once you get past the morality of it, which that train has left the station, this is law, then I think we're doing the right thing.
Let me, if I can, I want to address, I'm sorry, I think this is important. I just want to address the motion included 1 million over 2 years. My expectation would be, and this is, Laney will figure this out, is that during the first year, if we're not collecting BOT taxes yet on all of these new businesses, it would need to come from the general fund. By the second year, we're collecting enough BOT that it can come out of the BOT from cannabis.
Catch up.
So, yeah, Jay, just put a little meat on the bone. What is that?
Yeah, we've had a lot of discussion. The RFP will be the meat on the bones to see what it's for.
And reports back to the council about how this is working. The community's going to want to know that. We're going to want to know it. We're going to want to replicate success. Councilman Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Certainly in theory, this equity piece is a good piece of work. I've been riding this freight train about marijuana regulation for the last 2 years, and it has been quite a challenge and quite a chore. I want to make it clear that I did not support Proposition 64, and I'm not looking forward to adult use being unleashed on Sacramento. That being said, I realize that the biggest benefit of us taking all this care and doing all this work to regulate marijuana is that we can bring a very underground business into the light. And there's a lot of good in that, and there will be a lot of good for underserved communities. And I understand the desire to get in on the ground floor of what is potentially a very big industry. One admonition that I would like to make is that the seed money for CORE and an incubator is not going to capitalize new businesses. And small businesses that start up without enough capital almost always fail. So there's going to be y'all going to have to raise a tremendous amount of capital to make any of these businesses fly, even small manufacturing businesses. And if you think that the council is funding you to start up a business going to cover all the costs, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about an incubator. We're talking about help with business practices. We're talking about waiving CUP fees. We're talking about incremental helps to get a business out of the ground, but you're not going to get anywhere without capital. I've been a small businessman for 37 years, and believe me, people really don't understand that when you go into business, if you don't have the capital, you will fail. Laney, I need to clear something up here. So First off, I want to tell you that I'm kind of irritated that, there was no discussion about the money to fund CORE in the staff report, and I feel that it should have been in there. That being said, I think that there's an awful lot of discussion that has to be had about whether or not this is substantial enough or not, not going to be enough or maybe too much. Exactly what Larry was addressing, what is this going to buy us? And there's a lot more discussion that has to be had about this. I'll certainly support this equity piece because I think it's very important for the community, but this is not a really well fleshed out proposal. And, I would like to be part of those discussions about exactly how this thing is going to be funded and where that money is go. But what I want clarity from, and what I thought I had assurance from you, is that this was predicated upon BOT that we collected. And now Mr. Chenier is saying that it'll be, backstopped by the general fund. I'm actually not comfortable with that. So where are we at here?
Look, I think that by year 2, there should be no problem taking BOT from the cannabis industry and using it for this program. I think it's a timing issue. If we want, we can make it a loan from the general fund against future BOT and reimburse the general fund. If you
That
wanted
would give me a comfort
all right,
level
so
that
you good with that?
I'm good with that.
All right, that's an amendment.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Jay. It's important that this industry becomes self-supporting, and if we're going to get a revolving fund like you're talking about, it's okay to jumpstart it. But I don't want people to think that we are financing the cannabis industry from the general fund. That's a very important piece of this puzzle.
No, we're not, we've never had a discussion about financing or capitalizing people in this. I think what we need to do is help them get in the industry, give them the technical assistance and support they need.
I think it's very important to say this because the general public could definitely get a misconception about that we are funding the cannabis industry.
Better way to do it.
That
Very
is
good.
not
But
the
the
way to
general
do it.
fund is a backstop. I mean, we're appropriating $500,000. We're appropriating $1 million over 2 years. That's what we're doing. And the general fund is going to loan the money, and whether it takes the 2 years or 3 years to pay that back, the permit fees will pay it back. Yeah.
Well,
We'll take
thank
that.
you.
That's
You
fine.
know, I can live with that piece. So, we have many more pieces of marijuana to talk about today. I won't take much more airtime. Actually, my concerns are on Title 17 and Title 5. So, thank you.
Last but not least, Councilmember Ashby on this item, and then we'll vote. We'll move to the next 2 items together. Okay.
Thanks, Mayor. I am a vocal non-supporter of Prop 64, and from this dais have tried as hard as I can to make the decisions that we make as a city on cannabis have the least impacts on vulnerable populations. And this particular issue sort of meets at the crossroads of those 2 issues for me. So if I take myself out of thinking about marijuana and just think of it as the business industry that you all consider it to be right now too, it's easier for me to support an equity plan. And I think a couple things about this have made it easier. The call-up provision is critical, I think, for all of us. It just gives us an opportunity to have a voice in where these things land and whether they're, near areas that we think are appropriate or not appropriate. Jay, I think the 15 business days is really important if you want to be specific about it. I do think you need to have the component where the council member responds, which you added, but I can think of a time when that wouldn't have worked. I can actually think of 2 times when that wouldn't have worked. One, when Councilmember McCarty's seat was vacant for half a year, and one when Bonnie Pennell's seat was vacant for half a year. So you may want to put in the provision. I wouldn't want to put the mayor in a position of being able to trump a council member, but maybe you would want to be able to say that you have 15 days and the council member's office has to respond, but if the council member's seat is vacated, then the mayor would respond in their behalf. Because otherwise, if you had a vacant council member's seat, a business would get stuck. You would get locked out. If you applied in Council District 6 last year, you would have been
Gira
locked
and I
out
are
for-
fine with that. We'll just add that.
Yeah. It just will make it so people don't get stuck.
On anywhere.
I'm fine with
Just
it.
trying to get you more power, Mayor, as much as I can find for you. If I can find any more in my notes. I too am troubled by I worry a little bit about this plan in implementation, because in isolation it will work, but it's not in isolation. It feels still a little like you're second in line behind the existing medicinal marijuana industry. And as long as that's the case, I don't see how we get to equity, and I don't see how we favor folks that are from the city of Sacramento. So I'm troubled a little bit by that too. Don't see how those two marry up. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't think groups that didn't get a clean audit should move forward. I think we need to be harder on the existing entities. I think if you tell us that you had sales and they were way off and we can prove it, or you didn't answer the door when we came, or you told us to get the heck off your property, then why would we put you in front of people that we're trying to incentivize who live in our neighborhoods and want to help our neighborhoods? So I'm a little concerned about that piece moving forward. I don't understand how you all will get out of that line and around the 30 entities that are in front of you. So, especially since, but it's just, this is a great start, but that's something I think we'll all have to watch in the coming year about, we're going to have to address it. That being said, I think there has to be a cap. We can't just have, industry everywhere. We are way beyond what Oakland has and other cities our size. But at the same time, I don't think there should be a priority for the groups that are sort of already there that did the medicinal thing first. So we need to watch together and figure out where we can kind of come back in on that issue and actually have equality on this one, because I'm not sure we quite hit it here. Impacts on the community just have to be addressed. This 1% thing, and I know Councilmember Garrett and Councilmember Warren have pushed and pushed and pushed on it, and we're not there yet. It's sort of how I feel. I know the Nexus study is coming. I would have been more comfortable making these decisions after the Nexus study, but then we also have this deadline and the December thing, so we're sort of stuck in a spot where we have to make some decisions out of order. But I am very interested in when that Nexus study comes back to shoring this up, and I don't want to make a bunch of preliminary decisions where 200 people are lined up, then we find out it should be 5% and we gave up 4% from an industry that should have been contributing more. So there has to be some opportunity, as the mayor stated, to come back on that item. And then on the funding piece, I have one thought. Doesn't need to be codified tonight, but it should be discussed. As you know, last week, I think it was last week, I don't know, all runs together now, we talked about the illegal grows. And I worked very hard on that item, and one of the things that we did was put the admin penalty in place, the admin fee. So in other words, if you're growing more plants than you're supposed to grow in a house, so some places in my district had like 200 plants, they get a $500 fee per plant. $500 per plant over 6. So first 6 you get, after that, $500 fee per plant. I think we have a little over $6 million in fees hanging out there right now. People are obviously appealing and everybody's lawyering up, but hopefully they get the message, like, you can't grow illegally in Sacramento because we're coming for you. That was the message. I hope it's being heard loud and clear. But I first of all think that we should extend that fee to illegal commercial grows, because that's happening. And second of all, if that fee really does generate that kind of funding, how much poetic justice would there be in this? It has to, of course, pay for itself first, and the public safety costs and the community costs. But if there is surplus beyond that, why wouldn't we use that for an equity program? So where there are bad actors doing things that they should not be doing, and they have to pay a big admin fee, why wouldn't we use that to support people who are trying to do it the right way? Potentially, that would free up the other money for us to do things that we really need to do, like the education pieces and the, making sure that we let kids and pregnant women and everybody know when and what they can and can't do with marijuana. But I still think there's an opportunity here for even more justice. So in a very rare Angelique form, I'm going to vote yes on a marijuana item tonight.
Very good. Wow. Right. We have a motion. We have a second. I think I can read the council and not have to require a roll call vote. So why don't we say, all in favor of equity in Sacramento in this item, please say aye. 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 Opposed? Abstained? That's a 9-0 vote. That's pretty. 8 to nothing. That's 8-0. Great work, Malachi, Brendan, all you guys and council members. Jay, way to go. Everybody, excellent. Okay. Paging Vice Mayor Jennings. Paging Vice Mayor Jennings. Yeah. Let's take 1 second. Somebody want to ask?
If I can get everybody to start moving out of the chambers, we'd like to move to the next item. If I could get you to move and take your conversation out into the hallways, I'd deeply appreciate it. If I could get you to take all conversations out into the hallway. All right. Joe, my understanding is we're going to take item 20 and 22 together. Is that correct?
That is certainly
correct.
That is certainly the mayor's prerogative.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. So to the audience, I'd like you to know we are going to take items 20 and 22 together. And Mr. Devlin, you have a report.
I do. Good evening again, Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the council. Item 22 makes various changes to the cannabis code. Specifically, these changes include allowing ethanol for extraction with fire marshal approval, establishes a distribution permit to facilitate the supply chain, and makes several changes to the dispensary code section itself, including adding delivery and establishing an interim cap on the number of storefront dispensaries. Allowing ethanol to be used in extraction will expand our manufacturing base. It is a common practice within the industry, and the state has recently made the determination that ethanol is not considered a volatile solvent. The proposed change is in line with the state's interpretation and, again, will require fire marshal approval of any equipment. The proposed changes to our dispensary ordinance reflects the reality of the current marketplace. It is estimated that delivery represents over half of all sales. By adding delivery-only dispensaries, we will ensure that the currently unregulated market operates in a safe and consistent manner. The proposal also establishes an interim cap on the number of storefronts and includes a process for reissuing a revoked permit. Staff views this as an interim step until we can return to council for a more in-depth conversation about the number of storefronts and the other pieces related to adult use. Lastly, the proposal would allow for adult use sales by existing dispensaries that meet certain criteria. Specifically, those dispensaries would have to be compliant with all state and local requirements prior to application. At the local level, dispensaries will be required to modify their CUP and BOP. Those applications will be reviewed with strict scrutiny, and new conditions may be applied to their permit. It is most likely that not all of our 30 dispensaries would qualify under that criteria. Additionally, at the direction of the Law and Legislation Committee, staff has included the language that a dispensary would need to comply with the neighborhood responsibility plan if they wish to sell adult use. To accomplish this, a dispensary would need to amend their conditional use permit. The proposed additions and amendments to item 20, in item 22, complete our initial framework for managing cannabis. These changes, along with the revised staffing plan, will provide the city with the tools and resources necessary to manage this emerging marketplace. I thank you again for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Hey. Are you going to do 20 as well?
Correct. Item 22 if it looks a lot like the item that you heard last week, it is because it is. It is our set of permit and permit costs, including tiered manufacturing, which is a new addition, which is why we asked that you not vote on it last week. The sum total of the positions, I think, is 54 and is what I would call a comprehensive approach to regulating enforcement in terms of it will address specifically the needs for enforcement for illegal residential cultivation as well as the commercial cannabis industry itself.
Okay. So we're going to move to public comment. If you'll put yourself on hold, we'll bring you back up. We have 17 speakers.
I have 17 speakers, and we're combining both 20 and 22. The first is Rob Fong, then Nazir Azimi, and then Lynette Davies.
You want to go last? Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Vice Mayor, Mayor, esteemed council, Howard Chan, perfect man. Did you ever consider putting the public comment last not on the agenda? Just no. Okay. All right. Let's just keep bringing that up. Anyway, thank you for this. Just a couple of comments. Really, it's in the area of concern and clarification. So, with respect to adult use, I heard staff say that you are prepared to permit some of the dispensaries who are existing to go ahead if they can meet the criteria to sell adult use. I don't know what the process would be, but I think that as you go forward with delivery-only dispensaries and they are permitted, that the assumption is that they would be allowed to sell adult use as well. And I just wanted some clarification on that and what the process would be. The second thing is really looking for some help. I think there is a loose end that is not necessarily of the city's making, but it is certainly because of where we are timing-wise. I know that this is an ordinance that is not an urgency ordinance, so it will not go into effect until December the 28th, I think. The problem is that with the state's process around issuing temporary licenses, the state is saying that if a business does not have a temporary license from the state by January the 1st of 2018, they may not operate, because we're dealing with really kind of dual systems here. And so for all those new businesses that you guys are talking about tonight, whether it's manufacturing, distribution, certainly delivery only, we really need a process, need your help going forward. First of all, in the interim, before the statute takes effect, is there some sort of application process that we can avail ourselves of, but also needing a solution between the city of Sacramento and the state of California so that we can have something. Right now the state is looking for temporary authorizations, but we need something from the city saying that the businesses that are in the queue, qualify for a temporary license from the state. Otherwise,
I know that you're used to being on this side, but on that side you get 2 minutes.
All right.
And so I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up your comments, but the mayor would like to speak to one of your
points. So we're really just looking for a solution to that, because otherwise all those businesses will have to stop.
I want to speak to this because I think that this is, as I've reviewed the whole package here, I know members are going to have questions on a lot of pieces of it, in addition to the equity piece, which we just discussed at length. This issue which Mr. Fong raises is the only kind of unanswered issue, and it really is not our fault. If it's nobody's fault, here's the issue, that the state is not sort of phasing in. It's process, if you will. They're ready to go. Legal use, adult use, January the 1st. Our permitting, and now we're finishing before the end of the year here with our ordinances, if these all pass tonight. But the businesses are in a particular conundrum because we aren't in a position. I know some cities, and Rob and I have had a long talk about temporary authorization permits or something that some cities like Oakland appear to be considering so that an applicant can have something from the city so that they can go to the state on January 1st and get their state permit. The problem with that from a city perspective, and I know Rob understands this, and I think the public understands it, is that the public has the right to be notified if somebody's seeking a permit. The public has the right to weigh in. Councilmember Carr and others have the right to call up as we're establishing here. So granting a city permit without public review of some kind is not really something I know I'm comfortable with. On the other hand, if somebody has filed an application for a CUP, for example, which I expect they'll start doing tomorrow if we pass this tonight, then we ought to be able to give them something that they can take to the state and say they're in the midst of this process. We don't know what that is. And so what I want to commit to as the mayor of the city, even though I'm sitting now in Councilmember Guetta's seat.
Your old seat.
My old seat. It's for old times. Is that I'm going to meet with Ms. Ajax and with the state folks directly myself. I know Mr. Devlin has met with them, but I'm going to sit down and talk to them, and I'm going to say, you got to help us figure out this dilemma here so that our good businesses here can get started. I don't know what the answer is. I know at a minimum we can state the facts. Company A has filed a request for a permit and that they've paid their taxes over the last year. We can state objective facts. That may not be enough for the state. I don't know, but I want to engage now directly to try to answer that question, okay?
Well, I appreciate that, Mayor. I'm very confident, actually, that if you have that conversation, or when you have that conversation with Lori, I think there is a solution in there for the city of Sacramento.
And then on your first piece, I think we should just clarify this, because this comes up again. For delivery only, if a delivery-only business is permitted, will they have the same ability to deliver for adult use as a brick-and-mortar dispensary?
Under the proposal, it would apply to existing dispensaries. And so by existing, we mean those that would have obtained a permit. So in short, yes. So provided that they can go through a process, obtain a.
You got to get the permit. You got to get the permit to deliver. But if you get the permit, you get to deliver the same thing that the dispensary would deliver, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So that's on the record.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Councilmember Warren, turn your mic on.
Point of clarification, so would that then increase the amount, the cap that we have now for?
No cap on delivery only.
So no cap, but we're saying though that delivery then becomes a dispensary as well? Because they can.
Delivery only dispensary. Yeah, it would be a non-brick and mortar delivery service dispensary, which is a delivery service, correct? And they have to get a conditional use permit from.
They still have to get a permit.
Yeah.
And in this does the Nexus study tie to these various elements as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good.
Good clarification. Okay, sir, please identify yourself.
Good evening. I am Nasser Azimi, President of HANA Operations. I have good news. We just got approved with our CUP. So thank you. We are now a legal operation in the city of Sacramento. I have two requests from you tonight. First, I'd like you, Mayor, and the council, make sure that the startups in this city are protected with responsible policies so that we don't have to shut down come January 2018. As you just addressed the point, Mayor, I'm pleased to hear that you're personally going to get involved and ensure that our investments in the city are protected.
I'm going to try.
You'll get it done. I'm certain of that. Second, my second request is that you not give storefronts any further leverage in light of the audit that they just went through, until they get their houses cleaned and go through a comprehensive audit and pass it. If you give them any further leverage, you're basically giving them the monopolistic capacity to further squeeze the folks that are the startups that are basically caught between the rock and a hard place called the local government and the state. In that context, they can eventually, with that monopolistic capacity, put us out of business regardless. So we respectfully request that you not give them any further leverage in the context of adult use or other scenarios that are being proposed tonight. As the gentleman who was here earlier today, speaking about his brother, put it, if you all put policies in place that would put us out of business, I'm going to hire Mac Worthy to come after you all. Especially you.
Thank you very much. Please don't do that.
Our next speaker is Lynette Davies, and then Francisco Medina.
Ms. Davies.
Hello. I've come today to speak a little bit about all of the ordinances that are coming forward. I want to thank you for all bringing these all forward, because I actually support all of them. But one of the things that we've done with Canon Care, we have been part of this community for 13 years now. And we are really proud of the work that the city has done bringing forward all of the marijuana issues and being a leader in the community. But in order to bring truth, honesty, transparency, and compassion to this industry, we have to be able to be transparent in what we do. And as the audit was brought up, we were not. I have passed an audit with the city, with the state, and with the federal government. All of our books were in record. But the problem is if you're going to bring forward these industries and bring it forward, you have to be able to be doing something on the city level. Because it's not just that the dispensaries failed the audit, the city failed the audit. And the city has to be accountable for that in one way or another. I hope you had an opportunity. I sent a couple things in for you for October or November 9th of 2010 to actually see the video, what was presented to the city on how this ordinance was to be brought forward. Because the city came out of compliance on that audit horribly. And one of the things I see coming forward on our future is that we've all looked at the industry, we've looked at the equity piece of it, but what we have not looked at is that Proposition 215 still stayed. And that we promised the patients of the city of Sacramento and the surrounding California that we would have safe, affordable medicine. And we are failing that miserably by bringing forward all of the taxes, doubling the permit fees, and the 1% neighborhood. All of this adds up. Who's going to pay for it? People that want to do adult use can afford it. They have jobs. Patients cannot. If we move forward at all, we should be taking a look at how can we cut the cost to the patients. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Francisco Medina, then Tracy Stevens, and Katie Maple.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am pleased to be here on behalf of our 1,700 member businesses, local government agencies, and civic organizations in California's 6th capital region. As you take up the items 20, 21, and 22, we do support and applaud you for your diligence on these items. As a business community, we know that it's absolutely critical as we embrace this industry and in future growth, California and our region, that we do so with full awareness of the unique public safety, community development, and workforce impacts that this industry will have on Sacramento as it grows. And how important it is to ensure that the industry, the fees it pays are sufficient to fully fund the compliance and enforcement of the codes you are considering to mitigate its direct and indirect impacts. Again, we would like to thank you and applaud you for taking these issues head on and working through these difficult issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony.
Tracy Stevens, then Katie Maple.
Stevens.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and council members. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'm here on behalf of Ease Solutions, and in the interest of time, I'll be brief and just say we're very excited that we're here tonight and we're in complete support. I wanted to also call out Assemblyman Guerra and Councilman Guerra and Councilman.
Got promoted.
I just gave you a raise. Councilman Hanson for all of their hard work and also the Power and Alliance. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for coming.
Katie Maple, then Cyrus Dean Hamaguni.
Hi, good evening. My name is Katie Maple. I'm here on behalf of the California Cannabis Couriers Association. I'll try my best to keep this brief. What first started out at the state level, meeting with the administration to get delivery into the state law, was a big success for us. And then our next step was to come here to the city of Sacramento, where many of our members operate currently. We were excited that we had the opportunity to first sit down with Randy Knott and then with Joe Devlin to have discussions with them about how we can incorporate delivery only into the discussions. And now we're glad so many months later to finally be sitting here and have this for a vote. We just wanted to say that we believe that this truly reflects the voices of many stakeholders, and we really applaud the city for the effort that they've taken to include everybody in the room, including our proposal to have a tiered delivery permit, which we believe will allow those from smaller deliveries and larger deliveries to participate in the market. So thank you.
Thank you.
Iris, and then Stephen Fong.
Hello.
Cyrus, how are you
doing? So over the last 2 days, I've been to Plumas County Board of Supervisors meeting. I met with the Cannabis Working Group. I've been to El Dorado Working Group. I went to the state meeting today and now here. So I'm a little tired of meetings, but I'll kind of make my points. On Thursday, I got up on Thanksgiving. I worked the whole day. I went down to the store, and in there was a nice article about how Joe's group went out, basically took down 700 houses and collected $7.1 million in fees, and that's very important. I think he did a great job. I think by looking at the electrical bills, you can actually find some additional houses. Our family, that we've allocated $5 million for marijuana investments. And this is not money that's borrowed, and this is not money that we're getting from investors. We spent about $1 million so far, and I'll tell you some of the issues about Sacramento. I live here, my son lives in Midtown. We were looking to put a plant here, but they were so expensive regarding the rents, the way they've gone up. I mean, if you go on the south side of Stockton Boulevard, you go into Sacramento County, you can get a warehouse at 50 cents a foot. You move one block over, it's $3 in the city of Sacramento. So we took our money and we went up to Plumas County, that we've done an investment up there. And now we've come back to Sacramento and we want to get some delivery service dispensaries. And on Thursday, I sent Joe an email saying, why don't you go to weedmaps.com? You go on there, there's about 100 cars driving around delivering marijuana. And our family is not going to make an investment here unless there is a significant crackdown on these illegal operations going on. We're just not going to spend the money. Councilman Warren, I would like to comment about your retail. There are no buildings available. And I think if you want to bring these jobs to these neighborhoods, which are lacking, you'll notice on the map, they're all concentrated in one area. There are no buildings. And the business person is not going to be able to afford $3 a foot or below $700,000 on a building. So I would like for everyone to consider about changing the zoning, allow some retail space to be able to use.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Stephen Fong, then Josiah Young, and then Mike O'Brien.
Hi, Council, how's it going? I'm here speaking before you because I just think should be a slight concern with limiting the amount of storefront adult use dispensaries to the existing 30 medical dispensaries here in the city. I think it creates an unjust, guaranteed first mover advantage for these existing established businesses for when when January 1st comes around and we're about to launch this new industry. Now, I understand the council's concern with having, a dispensary on every block, and I think it's reasonable and well received. But I also think it's also reasonable to have a cap that expands in a manner such that it's proportional in a way that the market is going to expand, which I think everyone in this room agrees will be substantial. And I also understand that there's a concern about optics, but I'm here to promise you that the next generation of storefronts don't have to look like the dispensaries you see today in Sacramento. I'm almost certain that new entrepreneurs such as myself can outcompete these dispensaries, especially given the fact that several, if not all 30, are in violation of city code. Now, I know there's plenty of members that might be skeptical about, storefronts or an industry of marijuana that you can be proud of, but I'm telling you, there's capable entrepreneurs that can do it, that can make this city proud, but you have to give us the opportunity, and we can't do that if you're giving exclusive access to the established businesses to sell while shutting the rest of us out. Now, I know it's unreasonable for the council to talk about increasing the cap tonight, but I do think it's reasonable to establish some kind of explicit time frame to come to a decision about how and how much this cap should be raised within the next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Josiah Young, then Mike O'Brien, and then Jim Linder.
Good evening, Mr. Young.
Good evening, Councilman. Thank you, Mayor, councils, and members of the public. I'm Josiah Young with the law firm Churchwell White. On behalf of Councilman Alan Warren, I'm here today augmenting his concerns with the neighborhood equity piece that we heard talk about in the larger equity framework, and as it specifically applies to undue concentration of cannabis-related businesses and the neighborhood responsibility agreements. On the issue of the 1%, thank you, Mayor, for agreeing to bring this back. Just a question to clarify, Councilman Warren also has expressed some concerns about the credibility around the study, just looking at the fact that the consultants have not yet done this specific type of neighborhood impact study. We haven't heard anything about stakeholder input during this process, and also, looking for clarity around the scope of this study, talking about, are we looking at the cumulative impacts, or are we looking at the impact of just one business on a community, or an undue concentration of businesses in the community? There may be a distinction
I
there.
think, if I may, I'm sorry, on the scope of the scope is very important, obviously, because it could determine the outcome. I know I'd be comfortable working with council members Warren and Guetta specifically, and anybody else who might be interested, because they're the ones who really raised this, so that we're all clear on what the scope is and agree that it's a credible study.
Thank you. The question ended with just saying, if the study comes back, can the council review the results and methodology and potentially reject? And we got an answer.
Yes.
So moving on to the next issue of undue concentration, when we don't know the quantifiable harm that needs mitigation, and with no caps on businesses besides the retail piece, no definition of undue concentration, call-ups and notices have to be especially effective, because the council needs effective oversight over the projects coming into their district. We heard Councilman Warren say that he'll be calling up all the projects, and I'll be there to help him. But just to clarify, Councilman Chenier, I guess he stepped off the dais, but just in terms of the direction that's going to be coming back on that 15-day notice piece, will that be related to all conditional use permit applications? Because I believe Councilman Warren's concerns are relative to location, and as I understand it, the item 19 was talking about the call-up procedure for business operating permits. So is it applicable across the board?
Yes. You got appeals. Look, the council members need to be the voices of their communities. They need to have sufficient notice to be able to engineer an appeal or a call-up. So that's got to be worked out, and Councilman Chenier's motion from the last item gives the staff the discretion to develop that process to assure there's a protocol so that there's plenty of time for these elected representatives, including the mayor, I guess I got some additional power there too, to be able to be the voice for the community. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you all for the opportunity.
Very much, Mr. Young.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My next speaker is Mike O'Brien, then Jim Linder.
Good evening, Mr. O'Brien.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening to the members of the City Council. My name is Mike O'Brien. I'm one of the partners at Mark III Construction. We're a second-generation business. We employ about 325 employees in the Power Inn District, and we've been around for about 40 years. I sit on the board of directors of the Power Inn Alliance, and I am also part of the ad hoc advisory panel who is reviewing each CUP application within District 6. Our advisory group has seen how quickly the city continues to push these applications, and we have concerns on how the city is approaching the industry. As with any industry, it could be very detrimental to an area by allowing over-concentration of one market sector, but it appears that it is what is happening in District 6. As the ad hoc advisory panel, we meet with each applicant to find a suitable integration plan into the neighborhood and to better understand how to operate a clean, safe facility that will benefit the community in which we serve. Many of the applicants we are meeting with come with strong plans, supported by the Alliance, supported by the ad hoc advisory panel, but until they're fully operational, we will not know the extent of the impact on our businesses in the region in which they serve. We need to find the right balance of industry throughout the Power In area without prioritizing one industry over another. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jim Linder, then Matt Kiesling, Simon Martin.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, mayors, city council members. My name is Tim Linder. I'm here on behalf of HP Hood. We're a food manufacturer in the Power and Alliance District. We employ about 260 employees. We do not oppose this issue, but we do have some concerns. Those concerns are, the safety and security of our facility and our employees and their families. So we just would like to make sure that you guys have and do the considerations to make sure that we're looking at all of the environmental, security, infrastructure, and all the different impacts that this industry has on our business and our locations. And, maybe a cap would be necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Matt Kiesling, and then Simon Martin.
Mr. Kiesling.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Matt Kiesling of Taylor & Wiley here tonight on behalf of the Power and Alliance. You heard a couple comments from Power and Alliance business leaders. I think you might hear from a couple more. But I do want to make it very clear we are not here tonight opposed to these ordinance amendments. Your staff has been responsive to our concerns that were expressed within the last few days, and we appreciate that response, and therefore we are excited to move forward. And I was pleased to hear from Councilmember Hansen as well as Joe Devlin that this is not the end of the process, and we definitely look forward to being active participants as we move forward into 2018. There remain two principal issues that are critically important to the Power and Alliance. The first is prohibiting cultivation within the Sacramento Center for Innovation, which is a specific plan area. We've been informed by staff that that'll be coming back to your council in January, and we're pleased to know that that amendment will hopefully be taking place. The second issue is defining undue concentration. And this issue hasn't been scheduled, and we hope that you will discuss bringing it back in a reasonable time frame as well when we get into 2018. Title 17 left undue concentration somewhat ambiguous. It was intentional. The idea was that eventually when we saw undue concentrations, we would know and the issue would come before you. The Alliance currently has roughly 90 marijuana-related uses, either active or pending for approval. We're starting to feel it. You will hear it from our membership. And we think it would be wise not only for our membership and the business community, but also for the marijuana industry, as well as the city, to start to have that discussion so that we vet this issue before it's turning into more responsive. Let's be proactive. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Simon Martin, then Sally Friedlander.
Mr. Martin.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Simon Martin. I'm the Procter & Gamble plant manager. For more than 60 years, Procter & Gamble's been a proud member of the Sacramento community, where we make natural-based ingredients for soaps and detergents like Tide. I'm here tonight to talk about some of the concerns we've got regarding the new industry. First is security, which a number of people have raised. Adjacent to our facility are two sizable facilities, equivalent to hundreds of individual grow houses that are of interest to cannabis growers. We've got concerns that people might trespass on our property, and we're going to have to increase our security, fencing, cameras, and guards in order to protect our own facility. In addition, we're worried that since that's a cash-only business, there is a potential that our employees could get caught up in some risky activities. Additionally, utility usage. The potential for our plant to be affected by surges in power by some of these facilities nearby is a concern to us. In addition, we share water and sewer lines, and we have got to make sure that those meet all of the environmental regulations. So we encourage the city to carefully review and analyze potential energy and environmental impacts using CEQA. Railroads. We ship almost all of our product on rail.
And the differing regulations between the state and federal government mean that there could be a less effective rail system in the event that that was impacted. And finally, fire risk. As a chemical plant, we're highly concerned about any risk from fire in a neighboring facility, and we encourage the city to ensure that any cannabis facility have adequate fire prevention and protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sally Friedlander, then Jeffrey Naughton, and then Mac Worthy.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and members of the City Council. I'm Sally Friedlander with Separovich Domich Real Estate Development and a member of the Power and Alliance Executive Committee. For the past 2 years, the Alliance has worked diligently to integrate new cannabis facilities into our district by meeting applicants and learning about the industry. We have not opposed the facilities, but we have asked for a strategic, prudent rollout as we learn best practices for this fledgling industry. We do not want to see an over-concentration in our district by any one industry. And we have repeatedly asked the city to set limits on undue over-concentration in any area. District 6, Eric Guerra's district, is home to some of the city's largest manufacturers and key employers. We do not want to see businesses leave our community because there is no set limit on cannabis. We respectfully request that this council consider the impacts of over-concentration. Thank you all very much for your time and dedication to our city.
Thank you very much.
Jeffrey Naughton, and then Mac Worthy.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Naughton. Thank you for letting me speak. I am trying to locate a cannabis manufacturing business to Sacramento because this council has already been so much more proactive than most of its council peers in other cities. Thank you. The city spreadsheet in support of the new tiered BOP feels, excuse me, of the new tiered BOP fees, although a move in the right direction, is still an attempt to force the new legitimate players to finance the abatement/enforcement of non-legal activities that the city failed to do over many years. The shifting of this deferred enforcement cost to the new legitimate commercial players through a budget that amortizes these deferred costs is not a fee associated with administering the new program. The excess is in fact a tax, badly disguised as a fee. The anticipated legal business the city will businesses the city will license are by definition not a part of the illegal activity the city wishes to abate. There is a confusion in the fee analysis which fails to bifurcate the cost of administering and enforcing rules for individuals and companies participating in the legal cannabis markets versus plain old policing costs. Background item G on page 12 is to me the smoking gun, and again some of your own testimony from the dais. It already states that the city is indeed piling unrelated costs into the program fee. I quote, "The revised staffing plan addresses both projected enforcement capacity required for permitting cannabis businesses and the second half, including the urgent need to curb illegal residential cultivation in Sacramento's neighborhoods." The responsibility to rebate those illegal activities in residential areas is indeed a responsibility of the city, but the financial burden of doing so is not and cannot be passed to the new businesses disguised as excessive fees. The portion of fees which are not legitimate costs need to be removed from the analysis as they violate Proposition 26 and do not fit inside the exemptions provided. The black market for drugs is not the same industry as the commercial cannabis industry, be it medicinal or adult use.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. Thank you very
I
much.
ask that council direct staff to take a second look.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Mac Worthy, and our final speaker will be Amy Jenkins.
Yeah, like you said, it's been 3 years, and I've been here maybe 3 weeks out of every one of those months. But you got to take charge here. You hear the same thing over and over. When you bring this out here, this guy here, and whoever up there, be on the same page. spend too much time yabbing back up there. Too much time. You got to get a policy. This ain't care. You're running against the clock. When you're talking about teaching, what you going to teach? Teach my people get out $8 block to fill their tax out. You're going to a different world, people. Certified accountants. If you audit, they speak to IRS. What is your estimation tax? Where did that tax go? That's the unemployment tax. That don't go to Washington, D.C. Got to teach them that. If you're going to do anything of teaching, be sure it's a certified accountant, not a blow Joe. Black folks don't speak finance well. When we start talking about finance, black folks go on the table. They can't speak it. Italian showed me how to speak it. That's who showed me. Cinema Theater president, when he set up at the fair. Here's where we got to go. If you can't operate a grocery store with the unemployment factor in your neighborhood, how you going to do? How the drug suspension is going to survive? Somebody lying. The biggest money is spent on drugs is Land Park, Midtown, and East Sacramento. From 21st down to the freeway where Tower Records. Now we got facts from that because my wife and mother-in-law made chili for Tower Records in the homosexual world because I had a brother die. Brother-in-law died in the homosexual world right there on 19th Street. We know who those people are. So the thing about it, you got to take charge because the responsibility, whoever put the money up for you, that responsibility of who got that license, that's who IRS. And I will help IRS.
Thank you, sir.
Because a lot of people here should be audited in the nonprofit world.
Thank you, Mr. Worthy.
And our final speaker is Amy Jenkins.
Jenkins, nice to see you.
Yes, nice to see you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Amy Jenkins, I'm here on behalf of the California Cannabis Industry Association. We are a statewide association representing over 600 businesses and well over 5,000 employees. We're very pleased to be here tonight in support of all of your efforts. We've been in communication for some time with many of you. As Councilmember Chenier pointed out, nobody has done what this council has accomplished, and so I really want to commend you and particularly staff for all of their work. They've been very accessible and helpful. I did come tonight to talk a little bit about the temporary license and the local authorization piece. And Mayor Steinberg, I'm very pleased to hear that you will be communicating directly with the Bureau. I've been in regular communications with Ms. Ajax on this subject. And yes, in fact, it is the case that the law does provide or require that if operators are not locally compliant and cannot demonstrate that, they are not able to conduct business beginning January 1st, 2018. So if in the event there is anything that you could do to allow for some sort of temporary local authorization, the Bureau and the other licensing entities have stressed that they will accept anything that is on letterhead that demonstrates some level of authorization.
The word
Yes, sir.
authorization, that's the problem. That's where we
Correct.
need some help. I mean, we can state an objective facts. Business A has applied, they've paid their taxes, they won the good housekeeping, something that's objective, but authorization without some public process is problematic. That's what I need to work through with Ajax, but since you know a lot about this, your help on this matter, I mean, you help us figure it out, but it can't be authorization without outreach to the community and a public process.
Well, Mr. Mayor, having worked with you for many years, it would be my honor to help work with you on this and facilitate an appropriate solution for the city.
Let me make sure we get your number so we can call. Okay,
Yes,
good.
indeed. Thank you.
Okay, we got it here. Okay, good. Thanks a lot. We appreciate it. Very good. Okay, that's the public testimony. Let's hear from members of the City Council. At length or briefly, whatever you say. Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if I'll be brief. We're here already, but I'll try to make it brief because I'd rather get home to my new little hobby.
Not sleeping.
Bundle of joy, yeah. My son, it's like, that's interesting to say.
No pictures?
Yeah.
No pictures?
Exactly, yeah. I got some photos, but okay, so Yeah, all right. So a couple things here. One, I'm going to go back to a couple points here that are critical for me. Every time we discussed this issue since the beginning, my concern was making sure that we had a process for public input. And so I think what we see in the staff report here, we have added more review process and the ability for the staff for the not only just the neighborhood but local businesses to have stronger input into this process. And I know that on the delivery piece, on the dispensary piece, want to thank all the industry for bearing with us, but at least for my sake, it was critical that we got this right so that there was an opportunity for the public to comment and also the council call-up for this council to make sure that we have the ability to take the appropriate action on any item. The second piece, again, it was the council call-up, but then also the issue of this neighborhood responsibility, making sure that the 1% revenue stayed within the district. This item also brings that to the adult dispensaries. And we want to make sure that every aspect, so now cultivation, manufacturing, and on the retail side too, will be participating in supporting the neighborhood and making sure that that revenue is locked in that district. So the community that it's around is able to benefit from those resources. That includes the industry itself. So for me, what's important is that we have a strong, regulated, and well-functioning cannabis industry if it's going to happen here in Sacramento. What we see here is we've had a cap on de facto cap on dispensaries, storefront dispensaries, and this item continues that. And I'd like to continue that until we figure out how this all operates. I think I know that we heard different opinions out here, but the item, I think this is a good way to make sure that we put a cap on storefront dispensaries. We're going to phase into a new area, which is the delivery-only dispensaries, and then we can better focus our energy on making sure that the expansion of this industry comes out well. I wanted to also make sure that we found I would say it's more of a technical edit on page 86 of the staff report, section F. It's regarding notification. As it says, as soon as reasonable, practical, after the Planning and Design Commission makes a decision to notify the city council. It should say the zoning administrator also there because they're making a decision. So I want to make sure that every council member is notified even when the zoning administrator makes a decision. Good.
Matt, when a motion is made,
when a motion is made here, but I want to bring up a couple points here. So on those pieces. Finally, you heard a lot today, both from neighbors and businesses like Procter & Gamble, HB Hood, our industry folks, about the issue of undue concentration. When we first moved this item forward, we didn't know how the city would be receptive, whether this industry was moving in a direction or not, but we made a policy decision in this council to recognize that undue concentration was something to be wary of. So I think we've heard today, and even from one of the folks interested in investing, that the cost of real estate and rental space has skyrocketed because of the supply and demand for space. It's also had not only an impact on the cannabis industry and people wanting to come into Sacramento, but it's had a direct impact on other businesses that have been in the area for a long time. And what I would want and do not want to see is that in an effort to reap the benefits of a new industry, we actually spite ourselves because we displace other existing long-term partners from our community. And we've seen that already happen. So what I want to make sure is that we tackle this issue and we make sure we address the issue of undue concentration. Now, I'm not going to, we can't resolve that today. I think the staff report here is very complete on the items that were brought up. But I'm going to make a motion with this, Mr. Mayor. Number one, I'm going to move item 20, which is the fee schedule, and also not only on the fee schedule, but the enforcement strategy on the illegal residential and illegal commercial. That's item 20. And then I'm also going to move the staff recommendation for item number 22 with the additional supplemental language requiring the neighborhood responsibility plan for the cannabis dispensary CUPs. I know we're going to revisit that item, and we'll work with Councilman Warren to make sure that the percentage is appropriate.
Percentage or dollar figure.
Or dollar figure.
And to scope the nexus study so that we make sure that it's right. Okay.
Exactly. And the supplemental language clarifying the need for modifications for a cannabis dispensary, that the need for modifications to alter cannabis dispensary uses are allowed, and direct staff to establish a delivery-only registry with the specific criteria. So what I want to make sure, again, it's the issue of the process that we have a process that if someone is changing their use and changing it becomes a major modification, and that triggers the hearing process. So I'm going to repeat the motion so that we have it.
Need to open and close the public
hearing.
hearing.
Oh, yeah, okay.
For
I'll
both
move and
as well.
close. Is that for 22?
Both.
of them.
For both, okay. So for item 20 and item 22, I'll move to open and close the public hearing, and move the staff recommendation with the addition of the supplemental language requiring a neighborhood responsibility plan for cannabis dispensary CUPs, and the supplemental language clarifying the need for a modification to alter the cannabis dispensary uses allowed, and direct staff to establish a delivery-only dispensary registry with that specific criteria. It's quick.
Been moved and seconded. Okay.
Oh, in addition, here's before that. Additionally, okay, in addition here, it's staff direction, so it won't be a motion. We've been discussing this. I want to direct staff to address the issue of undue concentration by bringing the item back to Ledge and Law Committee in January. I want to make sure we're starting to talk about undue concentration.
Right, the percentage, the percentage, the nexus percentage issue, we may want to, I want to bring back earlier if possible.
Possibly,
and
yes.
directly to the council. I've already talked to the chair of Law and Ledge about that. He's okay with bringing that piece back to council. The broader issue of concentration will go back to Law and Ledge as a broader policy matter in January. Okay.
I want to make sure that we're working with the neighborhood partners on that language.
Yes.
That's why I think the law and Ledge process is good, but.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Councilmember Guerra. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Guerra, thank you for those clarifications. I think they're all spot on and help further the process a little bit. So the one last remaining piece that really hasn't been talked about too much by staff tonight, but has been brought up by constituents, is about the existing dispensaries and as compared to the audit that was produced by Jorge. And, we spoke about this last week, Joe, but I would just like to have it said on the record by yourself and Ms. Milstein that you have a process in place by which you can determine that any dispensary, existing dispensary, that you are willing to modify their business operations permit for either delivery or for adult use dispensing, that they will have paid all their back taxes and that they will be up to snuff in terms of being auditable, that their books are correct, and that we have surety that before their operations permits are altered or CUPs given to them for delivery, that we know that they are going to be in compliance.
Thank you, Councilor. Yes, to that point, any dispensary is going to have to be 100% compliant with all of our standards and regulations prior to turning in that application. They're also going to have to, as part of the motion, to come in and amend their conditional use permit as well if they seek to apply for an adult use retail permit.
Yeah. Well, mostly I just want to make sure that we're actually collecting the tax, and we're not turning anybody loose in terms of adult use until we know they'll be a responsible player.
The tax is certainly important, but that is, I would stress, one piece of what will be a very thorough review of their entire application.
Absolutely. Their business processes, their books, their reporting, track and trace, everything. Okay. Well, that being said, I can go ahead and support this.
Thank you very much, Councilman Harris. Councilmember Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, thank you, Laney and Joe, for spending so much time with me going over this. So I have very few questions. But I do have an issue that I haven't been able to satisfy myself on, and that is the 30 dispensaries that we have already licensed. And why does it make sense for us to continue to provide them with a monopoly? They will have a monopoly on medical dispensary as well as adult use, and I assume they could also apply for delivery. So why does that make sense for us to put our finger on the scale and say these 30 people or 30 groups, because they were here first, can continue to have a monopoly on adult use?
Councilman, if I may, I think that the addition of the delivery-only dispensary permit adds some unknown number potentially to that mix.
They would be able to apply for a delivery only as well.
Yes, they certainly could. I think if you speak to a number of the delivery operators, I think that they would share with you that they believe that they're very different business models and require a different level of sophistication. I think in terms of the proceeding forward with allowance of qualified dispensaries, whether they be delivery only or storefront, to have the ability to sell adult use, I think that is more around meeting what is going to be a significant public expectation, as well as the tangential benefit of increased tax revenue. But ultimately that we do intend to come back to the council in the very near term with a more comprehensive discussion of adding additional storefronts and the remainder of the pieces surrounding adult use.
Well, I'm not sure there's a consensus on the council for adding more storefronts. So, given that, if there is not a consensus for adding more, then what we end up doing is having a system where we have essentially given a monopoly to 30 groups for adult use and medical dispensary. And I'm not, maybe Jay can help me out, or Eric.
Well, I think
we're doing this.
Sure. So I think two things. One is we can always have that discussion, and we haven't had that. I think, as we said before, we've done a tremendous amount of work since March. Letting it settle a little bit and seeing where we are is one thing. But, when you look at delivery, it's probably 50% of the market, more or less. Joe is saying more than that. What do you guys think? 60? 53% of the market. So the monopoly is only of people going to a brick and mortar, but not people getting product. People have a choice to get product, and I don't know how many delivery services we're going to get to apply. I know there's probably 100 at least running around Sacramento today. So you'll have some number of those who will apply and be able to get conditional use permits who will be selling products. So you as a consumer, or maybe not you, maybe someone else.
Never know.
Potentially, Joe as a consumer will have choices to either go to a brick and mortar or pick up the phone and call a delivery service. So I don't think there's a monopoly on product. There's only a monopoly at this point on brick and mortar with 30. And 30 was a number that we just stopped at quite a while ago, and that's why the moratorium. Oakland has 4 or 8. They added 4 more. So they had 4, they now have 8. Denver has 200. I don't know what the right number is on this one, but I do think we need to let the market settle a little bit and then have that discussion and see if you want to open it up. One thing I'd like to do, if I can, is there is an equity piece involved here, and what I'd like to do is provide some direction. We are going to revoke some permits at some point. There's no question, because we have some operators who just can't do it. What I'd love to do is see staff come back with a program for those specific dispensaries, brick and mortars that we do revoke, where maybe people coming out of the equity program and the incubators would have priority eligibility for those. So I think there's a little bit we can do there. I don't know how many it'll be, but if I can, and if you're good, add to the motion just some direction. And there's no urgency, because it's going to if we close anything down, it's going to take quite a while. But that's a little piece. It doesn't
That'll
solve
be
your
mere
question, but
successful,
it's
yeah.
something.
Well, you're asking me to bet on the come, that if I vote for this...
This whole thing has been betting on the come. I mean, honestly, it has. I mean, we're in uncharted territory
I
here.
mean, that's why I feel comfortable holding it for.
Are we basing the issuance of adult use dispensaries on a satisfactory inspection of the medical dispensary? Is that one of the criteria?
Correct. I guess with the only kind of caveat, if there's a delivery-only dispensary, that's going to be a new experience, but that facility too would have to be, meet all of the paper criteria as well as the inspection
For
criteria.
a brick and mortar to add adult use, they're going to have to pass the test.
You have to pass the test. But I think, if I may on this, Councilmember Carr, I mean, I understand your concern. I think it's fairly legitimate. The balance, though, is that if we were to do something different in a dramatic way, you'd essentially be shutting down 30 businesses. I mean, that's what you would be doing.
Probably 600 employees.
Yeah, and a lot of employees. And so, I mean, there would be a real impact to not having some grandfathering of those who have been in the business. So the question, I think where Councilmember Chenier took your question, and I think where you may be going, is what do we do in the future to either increase the cap, to revoke the permits for those who aren't operating correctly so that there's more room, and how do we ensure that delivery and these other parts of the business that we're authorizing tonight create real competition? I think those are the opportunities going forward.
Yeah, those were my next questions. So with the revocation that you have, is one of the criteria revenue, that they must meet a certain revenue threshold to prove to us that they are operating?
Revenue or tax generation is not a criteria specifically. We do have a dispensary that I think has been wanting to move, and so their hours of operation have been limited. But revenue generation is not a criteria. The criteria is...
So they can just sit on a license, not operate, and hope to sell it, since we have 30, and this council may never approve any more, just sit on a license for a while?
No, they have to remain remain open. They cannot be closed for any more than a 30-day period. Licenses can also not be sold. So.
But that's if an individual has applied for a license. If an LLC applies, membership can change, right?
There is a process of changing membership, like through the board of directors.
And that'll be the shell game that's being played. I'm just kind of uncomfortable with the 30 cap, and uncomfortable that we would ever change the cap, and don't see stringent enough criteria in place to revoke licenses, to create an opportunity for the equity things that you're speaking of.
Okay. Let's hear from Councilmember.
And one other question.
Yeah.
On the 1%. Since we are waiting for the Nexus study, and we've created a parallel system of you can either pay 1% or you can wait for the Nexus study and pay what that says. Is that the proposal on the
I'm
table?
suggesting we change that, though, because by giving a choice, if it's in the business that chooses the 1%, if the next study comes back at 2%, then the business is not paying the impact that they're creating. And I don't think that's fair. I think it ought to be based on Nexus, and I think we ought to change our ordinance accordingly. Now, I think we got to look at the scope. Is it property to percentage or dollar amount? I don't have an opinion on that, but I do believe that it should be based on Nexus, because that defines, if it's done credibly, that defines the impact. 1% was
I
negotiated.
totally agree with that.
Well, that's,
But in the interim,
Yeah.
we already have some people who've signed contracts already that we can't do a lot about.
23 of them, that's,
23
they're
of them,
gone, right?
that's gone.
Yes.
For the others, we could charge them the 1% in the contract that we sign with them, and then let them know that that will be adjusted when the Nexus study comes back.
No? Well, we could, or I'd like to bring this ordinance change back if possible. I know Laney's had an issue with this, or within 2 weeks if we could, because I don't want to lose any more.
It's a reso, so it doesn't need to go to L&L, and we will work on seeing if we can get it back on the 19th. But we have to work with the
Bingo.
attorney's office.
Okay, 19th, okay? It's not bad. Okay, good. Councilman Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of what Larry was talking about, I have similar type concerns with. I know we spend a lot of time on the equity piece, and we want to make sure that that piece works. And I think with this cap in place, it does not allow the opportunity for true equity to really manifest. And so I, for one, would be open to raising the cap with some consideration to try to reach our objectives as a council, which we work very hard to.
Well, not tonight, but we'll be open to that as
No, I'm just,
consideration.
I want to get the conversation started, okay?
Good.
All right. So, now that that's on the record, a couple of quick questions. One, from application to decision, how much time does that typically take?
The conditional use permit or the business operations permit?
Why don't we do both, just so we're clear?
Well, I would, the current.
Just typical.
The CUP is currently about a 4-month process.
CUP is about 4 months, okay, from application to decision, and the other?
The business operations permit can equally be processed, can be processed within that time frame.
4 months.
Within 4 months,
4
okay.
months for both.
All right, very good. All right, one other thing I think is very important is that, you know, and this again, it relates to equity, but it also just relates across the board, because finding suitable locations for marijuana business operations is becoming increasingly challenging, and it's also impacting other businesses. So we've heard that from other business operators. We've heard that from people looking to get into the industry. There was a gentleman that just got up, said they can't find a location to locate his, you know, his investment in marijuana. And so, you know, so supply and demand, the prices are being jacked way up. I just want to be really clear with my position as it relates to retail operation of marijuana. A retail business is appropriate for retail corridors in Council District 2, in my opinion. So commercially zoned properties then allows people who want to invest in retail operations an opportunity then to pursue that along a retail and a commercial corridor. So I want to be clear. Now, cultivation is different, in my opinion. Cultivation in my district, I'm hopeful it will remain in areas that I believe more suitable for cultivation, like industrial or off the beaten path. Maybe there's some zone commercial property, but it's not on a main thoroughfare. I do not want boarded and locked doors and businesses on a busy retail corridor. And so I just want to be very clear. So there could very well be some additional opportunity to find places for retail operations and come January 1 when it's available. But again, that's going to be supply and demand. And I would imagine that the similar types of things are going to happen with commercial properties as well as it relates to retail storefronts, because again, people are going to come in and they're going to, you know, be bidding properties up. So I think, the last point of clarification I wanted was, if somebody has a delivery license, do we have any reason for wanting to know where their supply comes from in order to do the delivery? And let me tell you where my thoughts are, is that if somebody has a cultivation license, they do not have to contract with delivery companies that get licensed just because they're licensed. I don't know how readily supply will be for people that get all of these. If a number of people get delivery licenses and they can't grow, they're not cultivators, then they would have to get their supply from somewhere in order to have a delivery business. So, and
what's the answer?
Everything is going to have to pass ultimately through the track and trace system. So it's literally going to be followed from seed to sale. So a delivery, any dispensary, whether it be a storefront or a delivery-only dispensary, is going to have to very carefully track where all of its product come from. The cultivator is going to have to demonstrate where those plants originated, whether they be from a clone or from a seed, and every step in between from extraction. At the end of the day, once this is complete, we will literally be able to know where that product was either extracted or grown, that ends up in the hands of the consumer.
So, and I don't know the answer to this either, I'm asking the question, but a delivery business, how do you track their supply if they're not a cultivator?
They're going to have to report it. The statewide system of seed to sale is going to be operated by a company called Matrix. It literally is going to track that plant from seedling to where it is cultivated and grown, where it is harvested and dried, where it is packaged, and to which dispensary it goes to, and from which dispensary to which consumer.
Okay, well, look, I mean, I think what I hear you saying is you think there's a system and we got a handle on it. I would imagine that's going to be a very difficult proposition to track where people are doing deliveries. I mean, they're going to have what they have and they're going to go and sell, and they have a license to do delivery. I don't know how you stop somebody and say, well, where did this pound of weed come from? You know, maybe you do, but I'm just saying it's something to consider. Okay.
Okay, you gotta. I mean, this track and trace, as you call it. In other words, what Councilman Warren is saying, we gotta know everything about these businesses and where their supply is coming from. It's important. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Hanson.
Thanks, Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, but a couple issues came up that I wanted to address, and they're the reasons I seconded the motion. First of all, I wanted to thank Mr. Guerra for a lot of his work. When you look at tobacco licenses, alcohol permits, there's a great concentration of them in the central city. And I think right now, given where people want to locate storefronts, while I appreciate that a lot of people may want to locate in other parts of the city, I believe we'll see a large number of them want to locate, if they're not in dispensaries, inside the central city, just like tobacco retailers have, just like alcohol establishments have. And I believe very strongly that in order to stabilize what we're doing, I think that's the word Councilman Guerra used, and to get this right, we should use the existing root stock of the dispensaries. That doesn't mean that's where we'll stop, but I'm not prepared to support a lift in that cap or a different strategy, because our neighborhoods already know where those places are. They tend to know the business operators, they know the employees, and they keep an eye on what's going on. And I think that will be some accountability that's not built necessarily into the ordinance specifically, but that's my thinking behind why we use the dispensaries that already exist to build this out. Now, the mobile dispensaries, that's sort of a Wild West issue in some ways, but I believe through regulation and permitting, we'll be able to have a good idea. The last thing that I'll say is just Mr. Warren on track and trace. I did spend 8 years working for a biotech company, and that's what the industry uses for tracing medicine, is a track and trace system. It's interoperable backwards and forwards, and it's pretty well refined in the supply chain of similarly important goods, particularly narcotics. And so it's a very, very well refined system. Yep. So I think, you know, if that's a system the state prescribes, that's not our choice, but I think that's a good system. So I'd like to call the question if
Okay,
possible.
Councilmember Ashby.
Okay. I will be
incredibly brief. I really don't like it. Lots of it I don't like, but most of it's been said, doesn't need to be said again. We have to start somewhere. So we need to vote and then move forward, and then the parts that don't work, we need to come back and fix pronto. And if this equity piece doesn't work because we don't, the cap isn't working, or we need to not let people get in front of the line, then we're gonna have to come back and fix that quickly. So that's it.
Thank you very much. City Manager?
Joe, can you clarify that timeline you spoke of earlier about CUP from application to approval? And that you mentioned 4 months, but I understood it could be upwards of 6 months?
Yeah, right now because of the queue that is essentially formed, we think it's actually going to be about 9 months, I'm told.
Oh, jeez. See, now, so I'm going to make the final comment here. We're going to vote. This is a good night, really good night, come together, great work. We all understand it, but there's obviously some more work to do. And part of the thing I'm concerned about now is this state, how we work with the state. And again, we'll talk to Director Ajax. We'll try to figure this out. But this is an issue. I mean, if it's going to take 6 to 9 months to issue CUPs, and we're waiting for, our businesses are waiting, and the state won't grant a permit, and they're potentially operating illegally, we got to work this out with the state. Okay. On that note, when this passes tonight, which I assume it will in a few minutes, it doesn't go into effect, an ordinance, till how many days? 30 days. So can we say clearly on the record tonight that businesses are invited tomorrow, if we pass this, to submit their applications, even though the ordinance does not go into effect directly? Because that, again, gives them something to talk to the state about to potentially qualify in January. Is that, we'll begin accepting applications tomorrow, 8 a.m.?
We need to post those applications, but nothing would prohibit us from accepting those applications. They are complete. We just need to post them online.
You have to post them online once you get them. Yep. Okay, but they can file them tomorrow and you'll post them right away?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, when are we going to, can we do that tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll do that tomorrow. You can submit tomorrow. Great. Alan? What about people who need assistance filling out the applications? Well, they're doing an RFP here. We can't get that money out until, I will get on that Thursday.
Hang on, can I answer that?
Yeah, Jay.
So we've had this discussion, and it's an important point because we've talked a lot about, trains leaving the station and not being behind and all that. What we think is once this gets going with incubators and people working within those incubators, they're going to have a different timeline, but that they'll hit the point of production sooner than they would in a reasonable amount of time. So I don't think it's going to prohibit someone from doing it, but we have probably some time to create the RFP, put it out. I mean, we're in city bureaucracy now. So, but it won't hinder people in the long run.
Okay, so we got a motion on items 20 and 22 together. Councilmember Guerra articulated it in detail.
With some direction, two directions.
With direction.
With direction, and did the second accept that?
Yeah.
The second accepts the direction,
on the equity
correct?
piece.
Yes, he
Thank you.
does. Okay, so let's call the roll on items 20 and 22, please, together. Just all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstain. That's another. Now it's 9-0. So we do have council ideas and questions?
I have a commissioner report.
What?
I need to read something into the record.
Clerk needs to read something into the record. Let her do so quick, and then we'll adjourn, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two council board and...
Hold on, sir. Gotta wait just a second, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just have a brief board commission appointment to read into the record to the Sacramento Youth Commission, Council District 2. There's 2 seats, Justin Santini and Teresa Flores.
Okay, thank you very much. Those will be on the agenda, I guess, next week. No council ideas and questions. Thank you very much. We're adjourned.
Thank you.